Hello, everyone, and welcome back to QCMania, where we will soon begin the Trial of Fire. Join with me today is Michimo again. Welcome back, Michimo. How are you?
I'm stupendous. Thank you for asking. Glad to be back for this next round of matches.
Absolutely. And we are joined by another special guest with us today. We have went 3-0 at the beginning of the Air of Trials, but you may know him better for being one of the biggest advocates for the Fire Nation. We have Neo.
Hello everyone, Vivat Ignis, thank you Fly, thank you Michi, I'm pleased to be here with you, and thank you for the goaded and entertaining commentary on the Seeker races. That was really fun to watch, that was super cool.
We definitely had a lot of fun doing that. Y'all gave us quite a lot of entertainment, a lot of different looks, I would say, going into it. I know Mitch and I noted with you, you had a lot of very aggressive movement going into that. Any thoughts or insights you'd like to give us from the trial of air post review?
Well, Well, I would say, I got the fire in me, so of course I gotta be aggressive. You gotta keep it lighting up, burning up. But also, yeah, just like I think that on 1v1s, the movement, the seeker movement is so important. Like even a bad turn can make you lose snitch bar and just stay behind. So its movement is like of the paramount important in a 1v1 like that. And I think that we saw a lot of really good bombs, a lot of really good dodges into bomb that are not really that easy to pull off. Like you gotta have good timing, good awareness, good reflexes. So all in all, just shout out to all the seekers that participated. I think that we saw some great seeker battles. I would say that the QC community is ripe with really good seekers, and yeah, it was also interesting to see which seekers were a bit more aggressive, which seekers flew a bit more far away from the snitch, and just the difference in the styles. Always interesting to see between so many good seekers in that event.
Well, as we move on from the Seekers, unfortunately, Neo and Michimo, we do have to start talking about, I'm sure, your favorites, other people in the community, which are the beaters. Dun,
Boo.
dun, dun. The good old beaters. Yes, upcoming is the Trial of Fire. This will be a beater 1v1s. Mitchie and I spoke about it a little bit more. Now that we both have Mitchie and Neo in here, from a Seeker's perspective, they'll definitely know some of these beaters, and I'll know some of them from a beater perspective. As Mitchie mentioned earlier in the broadcast, some names that we may not know necessarily as much on beater, like Dynamite Cope from Dumbledore's Army, the Only Scourge from Wing Guardians, and Malacosis from Oakshaft Owls, I believe, or sorry, Nimbus Nighthawks. He was on Nimbus Nighthawks. I now Neo, I know you have a little bit of experience working alongside of Malacosis. Have you seen much of him on beater, maybe within old Phoenix scrims or whatnot?
Yes, Malikosis is someone who likes trying out different positions. He was initially a keeper main and also, with Chaser on 3v3. So he has those two positions locked down. But the position that he always tried out on PHX trainings and stuff was beater. It was just like one position that he liked. Obviously, he wasn't a beater main, he's not a beater main, but he don't discount him. Like he can actually throw those bludgers, get those tackles. He practiced a lot as a defensive chaser, which can probably help on his tackling as a beater. And in general, the only position that Malik really didn't like at all was Seeker. He was always like, never put me on Seeker, but I'm down to play anything else. So it will be interesting to see how those defensive chaser abilities can translate into the beater arena. It's gonna be see some really cool battles and some really good beaters in here. We have some Scourge Dyna, as you mentioned, but we also have ADH Decent, Jim Tones. I'm not sure if Makun is going to be there and talk. So we are really gonna see a lot of good talent on this one, guys.
Indeed, and as you said, Malakosos, as you said, don't put him on secret. I agree with you there, Malakosos. I'm with you. I understand. I feel you. um, Going into looking at this, Mitchie, we have Dynamite Cope on air, ADHD Sit on fire, Mako on earth, Malakosis on water, Scourge on air, Jim Tones on fire, Alpha Tux on earth, and Katie Talks on water. Now, obviously, you're very familiar with these beaters going against them or really trying to stay away from them. More than anything, I guess y'all are trying to be as unfamiliar with these beaters as possible in your field. So as you look at this list, Mitchie, any early expectations you would like to throw in there or thoughts on the lineup that we have?
Absolutely. I would love to see some of these players, the ones we've talked about, Dynamite, Malakosis, Scourge. I would love to see some of these guys that are, that maybe typically aren't those beater main roles. I'd love to see them pull out some points here for their nations, of course. But I'd really love to see just some big upsets. Sometimes we go into these thinking, oh, if they're very comfortable with this role, they probably have the advantage. But I would argue that in some cases, and we saw it with Time Twister in the last event, that experience is not always everything. And so I think a lot of what's going to play into this is the strategy overall. So what I'm expecting to see is of course, some obviously aggression. That's what we're expecting from this here, as it is elim heavy to get those points. But what I'm also expecting to see is I'm expecting to see very impressive beater gameplay, especially from these beaters that don't typically main that role.
Absolutely. And the one thing about some of these beaters that don't main that role, especially when we talk about the case of Dynamite Cope and Malakosis, as Neo mentioned, Malakosis probably played more chaser than anything. Dynamite Cope is a chaser main. Scourge, we see him on quite a few roles, but mostly mains that keeper. When we look at these beater 1v1s, it really is going to come down more to the tackles. You're not going to really see a whole lot of bludger play. And so when you come to the side of the chasers are very used to flying around in circles and tackling all over the place. So, there's no way to truly tell with like Dynamite Cope and Malakosis what may happen there. Scourge had quite a number of chaser games this season as well. So, you know, we'll see if that kind of gives them any advantage. So beforehand, we'll go ahead over a quick rundown of the rules. This will just be 1v1 beater duels, single elim. It does not seem that there are any barriers of where on the field they can go. It doesn't seem like they have to stay on one half of the field or not. It looks like the whole field is available to them. They are not allowed to spawn camp. That is a big thing that they are instructed not to do. We will go through 3 rounds, much like the Trial of Air, and the final 4 matches will be best of 3 going into it. So, Neo, you have as well, much like Mitchie, time to do the best you can to get as unfamiliar with these beaters as possible. Though they make sure that you know who they are. Um, you've been rooting heavy for Fire. You have Gym Tones, and you have
ADHD
let's
sent.
see, ADHD. So that's a pretty good set that you have there to
Hell yeah.
represent Fire Nation, Dio.
Yes, they are gonna light up the pitch. Fly. We have an amazing roster. Jim Tones and ADHD sent to beaters with a lot of aggression, as the Fire Nation would suggest. So I'm expecting them to light up the pitch and to turn their opponents into ashes. Shout out to my Fire Nation. Vivat Ignis. We're gonna burn. We're burning, baby. We're gonna burn.
Now, you actually did have a game this season where you got to play beater. And I believe you had 3 seeker kills that game, Neo. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it was two. Yeah, I think it was two against Frank.
It
Yeah.
was too. Frank did get his revenge, winning the Trial of Air, getting those points for Air Nation. But you know,
Yeah.
knowing that was recent that you got your beater games in and whatnot, and we're talking about here the Trial of Water, which anyone could submit clips in to earn points for for their nations. They can do so by posting on X or AK Twitter, the QC Discord, or on subreddit r/Quidditch Champions Pro. Any clips either from this event or from anything. Would you say, Leo, that if your beater game would have multiple clips that would be fun to share to earn points for the Fire Nation?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a great idea, Fly. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that bot and I'm just gonna clip my elimination. I also got an elimination on Dak Genius. Because I thought his free flight was being good. He was getting some kicks, so I was like, I'm gonna get on that. But yeah, I can clip that, and definitely I motivate everyone watching to just get some really cool clips out of the events or like out of their games and just post them. Always promoting QCMania, of course, but yeah, get on it, guys. We're gonna get those points, and we really cannot let Air Nation win. Even though my co-casters, I think, are both Air Nation, we all gotta unite against that. Come on, guys. Air Nation gonna win. Let's not allow that. Come on.
Hmm.
Hmm.
No bias. No bias
Hmm.
intended. No bias intended.
Well, I do definitely have to say that Fire Nation does look to have a strong beater core, but again, Mitchie going into that Earth core, Mako and Tux, two beaters from the Crazy Com lineage of things. I mean, it's they are very tackle heavy, which I think is going to be very important here. And Earth Nation currently needing all the help they can get as far as the point totals. You have to imagine, Mitchy, that we could see a lot of bloodbaths coming their way.
Absolutely, 100%. And that is something that I was just thinking about myself looking at both of those two. Everybody knows who they are. Everybody has, more than likely, had to face them multiple times before. So we all know just how much they are going to be bringing into this. And I think for the Earth Nation, I think they've got a really great shot of racking up some points. Though, of course, anything could go. I do truly feel like the Earth Nation having those two picks is an advantage for them.
Absolutely. And looking at Air, Dynamite Cope, and Only Scourge, your two non-beater mains. So we'll have to see how that goes into the favor of Air if that works out. And then closing up with Water, we have Malacosis and Katie Talks. Obviously, I have some bias towards Katie Talks. Beater for Wind Guardians for the previous two seasons. Definitely one that has been the only person to make me rage quit Quidditch twice. I have to give credit to all my major beaters. Ari has made me rage quit Quidditch once, and Katie has made me rage quit Quidditch twice. So definitely knowing how annoying she could be. She's got two really strong matches to start off with, going against Tux and Jim Tones, and then she'll be going against her own Guardian teammate, Only Scourge, in round 3. So definitely will be a lot of excitement to go forth. Neo, I'm sure you were uh, taking part in listening in to some of our conversations earlier during the trial of air. As we talked a lot about doing stuff within Hogwarts Legacy and the new upcoming show and all the fun and interesting things around Harry Potter. Have you ever played Hogwarts Legacy, Neo?
Okay, so this is a fun one because I actually purchased Hogwarts Legacy only because it had QC skins attached to it. There was like a sale or something where they sold
Mm-hmm.
them in a bundle, and you could unlock skins if you had Legacy. So I was like, sure, why not? And I think I've played like 20 minutes of it. I created my character, but QC was out by then, so I just got into QC and never looked back. But from what I've heard, it's a really good game with a really good story and gameplay. So I'm definitely gonna play it. But just haven't yet. That being said, though, I do feel whoever mentioned that idea that it would be cool if in Hogwarts Legacy 2, when you go to play Quidditch, you actually go towards Quidditch champions. If they do that, bro, I will get a tattoo with QC on it or something, because that would definitely revive the game, and it would be goated if that happens.
I do think that would, to an extent, revive the game itself. It will be interesting to see what WB Games has planned. We know they're very pull the plug heavy, unfortunately, not to cause a fear or anything, just their past, record, but they are doing what they can to keep Quidditch up for what it's worth, at least. So who knows, maybe they have plans, maybe Avalanche will get their hands onto QC champions, maybe they'll revamp it in a way going into Hogwarts Legacy 2. Hogwarts Legacy 2, I'm sure, is at minimum 2 years out from now, though, so you know many different routes it can go, but hopefully that does do something to revitalize some sort of Quidditch, whether we all meet each other again on the pitch in Hogwarts Legacy 2 or back in QC Champions. It's revamped through Hogwarts Legacy 2. So will be very interesting to see. How would you rate like your Wizarding World fandom in general, Neo? Like your knowledge within like Harry Potter or just Hogwarts
That,
stuff in
yeah, so
general?
that's the thing, dude. I really gotta say, I really like Harry Potter. I love the movies. I stopped reading at the Goblet of Fire because it was so huge. I read like 25% of it, and I was like, bruh. And it's always funny because I got trolled in PHX a lot because we would do Harry Potter trivia, and I sort of got Teddy, Natty, Blake. They can quote things from the books. They can quote things from the movie. They know the name of Ron's cat or something like that. Crookshankles, I don't know, whatever his name is. And I don't know any of that, dude. Like I know the main things. I'm not really like, I love Harry Potter. I wouldn't consider myself like a Potter maniac. I'm more of a Quidditch maniac. Like I like the game. I like the gameplay and stuff. But I do love Harry Potter and I love Gryffindor. I just like don't know the lore as much. How about you guys, Michi, Fly? Are you guys like, I know people who have read the books like 3 times or more, people who do yearly marathons of the movies. I'm not like that. I love it, but I just don't reach that level of fandom, at least not yet.
Mitchie?
Yeah, I am pretty big into the Harry Potter scene. I read the books back in elementary school, so a very long time ago, and I'm on my second read through of them. Love the movies. The Nighthawks have been doing an event for the last, well, I guess since really the game is starting, where every month we watched one of the Harry Potter movies together. So we really are very much into the Harry Potter scene over there. And I, in particular, and very much into the whole Harry Potter fandom and everything within it.
Absolutely. And as Neo said, that it was his old PHX team that was getting on to him. Teddy Ready already coming in there hot against his Fire Nation friends uh on Harry Potter lore. Yeah, I would also say I like Harry Potter and Wizarding World stuff, but if you really test me on some nit and gritty stuff, I'm gonna disappoint you. I'm sorry. Uh, but it has always been a series that I love. Growing up, especially for us, I feel like it was always, a big between Star Wars, Harry Potter, or Lord of the Rings. Those were kind of always the three really big pop cultures during our times. So,
Yeah, the
you
big
know, every
three for sure.
everyone has some familiarity with
Also,
them.
fun fact, I watched the last Harry Potter movie, The Deathly Hallows Part 2, literally last Christmas, bro, for the first time. I don't know why. I just didn't watch it on like at the theaters or anything. And then just time passed by, but it was Christmas and I found that it was playing, on TV. I saw it and I was like, sure, why not? And honestly, it's a really good movie, bro. Like, I can't believe I waited so long. Really fun watch. I really liked how they end the story. So pretty cool. Overall, pretty cool stuff. I'll definitely do a Harry Potter marathon someday. Maybe. Yeah, probably.
Absolutely. I'd have to say, movie wise, I think either number four, The Goblet of Fire, or Prisoner of Azkaban would be my two. I think four was a more enjoyable movie for me. I think three had the more enjoyable actors and interactions for me. That's just me though.
They were goaded for sure.
Yeah, I would
Absolutely.
also second that. I think that the Prisoner of Azkaban and the Goblet of Fire are arguably the two best. I think they have the at least the Prisoner of Azkaban I felt had the most compelling plot points and storyline for me with the the time turner and all of that. I found to be the I guess the pullbacks from the beginning to the very end. I think really made for an interesting story on that one. So people can fight me on that, but that is an S tier. It's an S tier movie for sure.
Yeah,
Sirius
Remus
Black is
and Sirius
goaded.
Black.
Sirius
Yeah,
Black is super goaded.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
And I also like the Triwizard tournament. I think that's the Goblet of Fire, right? So yeah, I
yes,
think that Triwizard tournament is a really fun idea. And they also get to expand on, like, you see Darmstrang and you see like Bobatongs, or how you say it. Um
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's really interesting to see like the other schools and have them competing. I always thought that concept was really fun to watch.
indeed,
Which, if you
indeed.
think about it, it's kind of like our nations right here, right? So, something interesting is, so if our nations had like a vibe like a school, I would say that probably Darmstrang would be the Fire Nation, right? Um, and then which one would be Bobatongs? The air, water? I don't know. I'm trying to like figure that out. We'll see.
I think Air would be Bobatons. They're very whimsy and
Agreed.
fluttery, so
Mm-hmm.
I would
And
agree with
Earth,
that.
maybe Hogwarts, or maybe we don't have a Hogwarts. I don't know.
I
But
can
I
see
would say
Earth with
that,
Hogwarts.
yeah, could be.
Yeah, and
And
I can give
yeah.
Evermore to Water. I'm fine with that. I can live with that.
Yeah.
I think those are pretty good settings with them. We have plenty of ways that we have been matching up the nations with certain Harry Potter's stuff. So that has been a constant theme of the day. I'm sure we'll have plenty more. It looks like we are setting up ADH Decent is waiting for his opponent Dynamite Cope in to start off round one of the Trial of Fire. Will be a lot more aggressive than what we saw in the secret races. We did see some pretty aggressive secret bumping races. Specifically, I remember Robbo and Franck really going at it. That was a really fun one to watch. But sometimes the positioning was a little bit more spacing out and whatnot. But in a competition like this, there is no spacing out. It is they will be clashing. They will be jousting. They will be going back and forth. You know, uh, we'll have to see what some sort of the trickery is or the builds. I assume probably everyone in here will probably run that tackle build, that 226, I think. But in realistically, we'll have to see who really has a lot of that really good dodging movement and fake out of punches. I think is going to be a big one here, guys.
For sure. And I don't wanna, Dynamite Cobb is a good beater. I've seen him beat a lot, but let's just say that in terms of the vibes, one could say, is this like sort of like a lamb going to the slaughterhouse just because of the opponent that he's going up against? Like, Dynamite has his work cut out for him, because ADH Decent is a beater that has played beater for a lot of hours. He has the experience. He's been against some really good beaters in World Cup division. He's played against really good seekers, for the tackle aiming and stuff. So he's going up against like a juggernaut of a beater. We'll see if Dynamite Cup can handle it. He definitely has also played beater enough to be able to do it, but he's going up against one of the big ones, right? Like, it's gonna be a tough matchup for sure.
Absolutely. As we go in here out of the warm ups, Dynamite Cope versus ADH Decent. And yes, as you said, ADH Decent, the beater for Knox. Knox has had a very successful season so far. He is captain. He's been a great one. And they are off. And it looks like so far, ADH Decent not even looking to summon a bludger. He is already looking for types of base he can get onto Dynamite. Cheese in case they're going to put that score in so that when the timer ends, it will be done. They are spacing each other out, but Dynamite Coke getting the first punch there, Mitchie.
Mm, it does appear so. I think that Dynamite is definitely not underestimating ADHD Sense abilities here. And I think it would be wise as well for ADHD Sense as well to not underestimate Dynamite's abilities either.
Absolutely. Now, Neo as a chaser, Dynamite Cope as you talked about where ADHD Decent thrived at, but Dynamite Cope is known to be that bit more of aggressive punching chaser for Dumbledore's army. Do you think that will play in huge to maybe bridge that gap that ADHD Decent has, as he just whips a tackle right there?
It can definitely help. We all talk about how playing different roles helps you. Even the seeker movement can help you as a chaser. Chaser movement can help you as speeder. So yes, it can definitely, it's something to take into account. And we actually see that he's handling himself really well in this duel as he tries to throw a bludger that ADHD and dodges. The movement is being really good from both of them. They're finding it really hard to hit each other. So I don't know if this is gonna be like a one elimination game. Maybe we could be about to see that.
Yeah, then it can be really tight, especially with these jousts. ADHD Decent getting a punch right there after throwing his first bludger. Dynamite looking for the bludger. It, the a lot of really good beater battles really don't have a whole lot of kills. Realistically, it is very tough because otherwise you're just jousting, in which case you're taking on both. ADHD is able to dodge a bludger right there towards the end off a missed tackle, and the bitchy looks like Dynamite spacing out just a little bit here.
And that's going to be important, right? Because I mean, you can get the other beater down, but once they're in red health, they are definitely going to try to make a run for it. They're going to try to look for a safe space where they can get some regen, and it's going to be up to the aggression chaser to go for them and try to get that last hit to finish them off. So it's really interesting. You know, usually most beater battles are half pitch only, but now they have the whole pitch to themselves. So I think that movement and the precision on hits are going to be paramount for this one.
Absolutely. And they are definitely spacing each other out. But ADHD Decent getting a punch right there. He did it off a summon punch. He had the bludger, just didn't quite have the angle that was favorable to get it in. ADHD Decent stealing that bludger, though. Fool sends it at him. Right now, he's going to be on hot pursuit while Dynamite is a little low health. Dynamite kind of keeping his spacing. Ooh, he had a chance right there. Dynamite is now recovered. Yeah, with now a full field in effect, it's going to be really hard to get it full in.
Oh,
But
I think he got a
Dynamite
hit.
getting a punch
He
there.
got
He
a
did
tackle right.
two
Oh, and
hits.
another one. Oh my God, Dynamite popping off. Oh my
And there is
God,
that is
Dynamite
some
gets the
points for
kill.
Dynamite.
Someone put out that air, someone turn off the fan because the Air Nation is cooking right now with a huge elimination from Dynamite Cup towards ADH Decent. We'll see if he can light up the flame and get some eliminations as well.
Yeah, three big tackles there in a row, Mitchie, as you saw. Two of them coming from behind, which I have to say is a little bit surprising.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think in this particular instance, ADHD, since probably going to be taking that into account, he's definitely going to be thinking about all of these angles now and really keeping an eye on Dynamite and exactly where he's at all times.
Dynamite looking right now like he's going to kind of keep distance and play that bludger game. It worked out as he just got hit and punched
Oh
again,
my God,
Neo.
he got a
Another
second
Elim.
elimination. Incredible. We've seen Dynamite try that bludger with the rear cam like 3 times, and third time was a charm. Like it got the hit, and then he did really well just closing in on that kill. ADHD isn't usually a beater that can dodge, that dodges the bludgers, and it's really like not easy to hit, but Dynamite is just putting in the work. Maybe that chaser movement that you mentioned, Fly, can also be making all the difference here.
Yeah, and that worked out really well for Dynamite Cope. I was about to ask, Dynamite Cope really just keeping his distance, and that's all he really has to do at this point, and just throw it off bludgers. But even before I could get that sentence off, he was able to get that one bludger hit and force it to work in his favor. Right now, ADHD sent holding it midfield, forcing Dynamite to come to him now.
They're really getting those movements in here at the end of the game. Decent is going to be looking to try and get that Elim if he can, but also at the same time avoiding another one on him while Dynamite does his best to move and outmaneuver everything ADH Decent is doing so he can counter. It seems to be working
Dynamite's
out pretty well for
movement,
him.
yeah, it's being really good. He's just making some curves, some spins, and just going around ADHDs and then coming back to get the tackle, and it's working really well for him.
Indeed, they just traded tackles a second ago. ADHD Decent already recovered. Dynamite Cope probably not far behind from recovering as well. ADHD is going to have to start getting really aggressive here, knowing that there's only 1 minute remaining and 2 elims he's going to have to get down. It's going to be extremely tough, knowing especially that it's a 10-second respawn as well. If Dynamite's going to go down at least the first time, so he's going to have to get him down with at minimum 20 seconds remaining in order to possibly have a chance to get him down in another 10 seconds. But right now, Dynamite not staying out of it fully. He's still throwing bludgers, still taking swipes at it. And it looks like it is after, especially that punch, this probably will go in the favor of Dynamite's.
Absolutely. And I think that it's very interesting because I think that Dynamite just knew how to play this. Like he got the hit, like in the first elimination, he got one hit and then he instantly came in to get the others and get the elim. And we see that he's also been really elusive and just playing away from decent when it was needed. So I really feel that this isn't like your regular game where you have to like bludger the seeker and just follow them around and trail them. I feel like this requires a bit like an additional bit of strategy where I feel like Dynamite just had it on point. Like he knew how to play this for sure.
Absolutely. Any post game thoughts that from your end, Mitchie?
Mhm. Yeah, 100%. I think I think it was right for uh, us to really make that prediction at the beginning there that this could really go either way because as we've seen just happened in this game here that it's not all about um, being able to get every single bludger off to be able to get every single tackle. It's often the positioning and how far you are away that can determine this. We saw he got both of those elims there on ADH Decent, and it was a very quick turnaround on him actually being able to get all of those hits back to back. And I think that that definitely has worked to his advantage. I think going forward, it'll definitely be something that ADH Decent will, of course, want to be, paying maybe a bit more attention to is their positioning relative to his. But I think that Dynamite really took to advantage you're right, like that experience he has being Chaser so often, getting those evades out of the way, being able to evade and counter back on ADH Decent, I think really helped him with his play on this one.
Yeah, Dynamite was able to just kind of find his way to get some slices in there. Wasn't really going for a whole lot of dodge baiting that we typically see in these beater 1v1s. So that's, I guess, that is the advantage of bringing in some new playstyle to the table. Him not being a beater that we normally do see from these beater 1v1s. Congratulations to Dynamite Cope. Obviously, Air Nation. We love to see it. So that'll add 150 points to the Air Nation here shortly. And we look into game two, which will be Mako versus Malakosis. So again, another situation where we're having a non-beater main go against one of the great beater mains. Of course, Mako Dio is definitely not someone to sleep on, and we know Mako is terrorizing when it comes to tackles.
Yes, when you signed up for this event, every single bidder not named Mako was like, please don't give me Mako, to face. But on in Malikos's favor, we have to say that Dynamite Cop just pulled a win against a very experienced beater, like one of the top beaters in the game. So if anything, we've just seen that it can be done. That David can take down Goliath. But that being said, Malik is going to have to be on point. We talked about the chaser movement, which Malikosis also has, being a chaser main. So maybe that can help him just handle the pressure that Mako is definitely going to put on him. It's going to be a very interesting match. It's going to be a tough one for sure, but we saw what happened just now. Anything can happen still.
Indeed, Mako beater once again for Crazy Comms. Crazy Comms has had a extremely successful season one of L7, extremely successful in other leagues, And so far, going into Newts, holding that number 1 spot. Now they have been switching between two beaters that we have seen for the most part throughout the season. Mako, obviously, a huge part of what makes that core roster very dangerous. Malikos, though, has obviously been on some other notable rosters that have had good success and helped build up. So uh, definitely nothing to sleep on. And like you said, Neo, Malikos is having multiple experience roles on or experience on multiple roles that might can just give him enough edge as far as mechanics and dynamics of this to put up a good fighting chance here. So we'll be excited to see going into game 2 and how they utilize the field. We even saw some in chat even talk about like this not being a half field ordeal definitely changes us up. Now, Dynamite Cope still able to get 2 in and still able to be aggressive on a full field uh, matchup here. So, Mitchie, as we go into this, if you're Malakosis, are you thinking about kind of that Dynamite Cope strategy, kind of space this out, see, maybe get aggressive up front, and if you get that lead, space this out a little bit, and see if Bludgers can't do some little bit of magic for you?
Absolutely, 100%. I think that, while we may have seen in, previous beater events where we used a more like the half field approach, with the all female beater event, it was a shorter field distance. But I think that having the full field capability of this it does provide a little bit of extra distance. But I think the beaters understand exactly how to use the distance that they have. Especially those beater mains, those that are very familiar with just exactly what it is that they need to do and can do with the room and the space that they have. So I think in particular, what's going to be interesting is to see, of course, going into these continuous matches with these beater mains versus the off beater mains. I think that what we'll continue to see is, of course, that use of that full pitch, but at the same time, those close encounters are really where it's going to matter.
Indeed. So as we prepare for them to start setting up for game 2 of the Trial of Fire, we'll remind everyone about the Trial of Water. Again, posting your favorite Quidditch clips, either from this event or your own, on Twitter, the QC Discord, or subreddit r/Quidditch Champions Pro, and tagging us in it and letting us know which nation you are representing can earn extra points, or sorry, extra core shards for your nation. So plenty of opportunities to help if you are not in the Air Nation to catch up. But it's Air Nation. They're gonna do their thing anyways. So I'm just kidding. The caster bias -1,000 coming out right now. I can see it
Yes, imagine
already.
being biased. Come on, guys, you can do better.
Listen, hey, Fire Nation's too close. That's all it is y'all are putting up too good of fights. So
I
we
just
have
gonna
to we
say,
have to work.
I just gonna say, light that fire, surf that wave, love everyone. Wait, fuck, I forgot. Let me read it again. I'll be right back. I gotta read it again. Oh, love everyone except Air. There we go. There we go. Nothing against the
Mm-hmm.
Air Nation personally, but you guys are on the lead and by a decent margin, more than 500 points ahead. So you guys gotta be feeling pretty good about it, right? Like, how does it feel to be on the lead and enjoy it while you can? Because we're coming for you.
Technically a little bit more, as I don't believe that the 150 points has been added to us yet from Dynamite Cope's uh, win. We were at 6,775 initially leaving the Trial of Air, so we are somewhere in the 6,900s, I believe. So it is. I got to tell you, it's feeling pretty breezy up here, Leo, if you will. I will say I'm not feeling the heat as much down
Don't
there
worry.
quite
We're
yet.
about to
So,
close out the window so the air stays out and only the fire stays inside the fireplace in the house. But it's a really good competition. Hey, you don't discount. We're discounting. Like, Earth Nation, who knows? They could pull a great comeback. There's still like a lot of events coming up. We have the beater event now. Tomorrow we have the chasers and the keepers. Anything can happen still. But yes, you guys are in the lead now. Enjoy it. But let me tell you something. You said yourself, Fly. Air makes fire stronger, and that's what's gonna happen now. So let's go.
Indeed, indeed. Plenty of competition for all nations to go around. It'll be exciting throughout these events as we go and continue to go forth. We are still waiting for round two or match two of round one in the trial of fire to make way. Hopefully that gets set up here relatively shortly. It'll be a good one, folks. So we definitely don't want to miss it.
Yes, and you can just
See.
imagine Malikos is trying to think about the strategy. If he saw the match between Dynamite and ADHD, and he has to be trying to see and figure out what did Dynamite do to be able to like close that gap in beater experience. Because he's also a good beater, but ADHD has been playing beater for ages. It's basically his specialty. So I guess that Malikosis should be thinking now, okay, so how do I approach this? And in that sense, Michi, like he's your teammate. Have you ever seen him playing beater, or like based on his chaser movement? What do you think we can expect a bit from him, with the way he moves around the pitch, what he likes to do on the pitch? What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've definitely seen, we've done quite a few practices. We've done some scrims. We've seen a lot of Malacosis on beater behind the scenes this past season. And to be honest, I really do see him as a sleeper in the beater scene. He really does take advantage of the movement of the other beater quite a bit. He's very strategic from what I've seen about his positioning versus their positioning, and really utilizing those anytime they throw a bludger, anytime there is a tackle coming towards him, he uses that to gain the upper hand if he possibly can. His dodges are typically pretty great as well. His evades to bring back around, get behind the other beater is also something that I've seen him do very well and pull off very well from what I've seen of him on beater. So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of extra movement from him, but really a lot of strategic gameplay and positioning more than anything.
Yeah, Malik definitely a very strategic chaser. He has really good movement, and I feel like that can help him on this one. But Mako is just like an expert as
Mm,
well.
mm.
So Fly, how would you handle this? Like if you're Malik going up against such a beater as Mako, what would you be thinking of, like mindset wise, strategy wise? Like how would you approach this huge challenge that Malik has to face now?
Honestly, I think I would be excited if I was to go up against Mako. That's definitely a challenge I would love. I have a bit of kind of that insight of being chaser as well as kind of transitioning over to beater. I think off the bat, I'm just trying to test what kind of movement Mako is going to be making. I'm gonna go ahead and start getting close to Mako, and I'm gonna see what is he gonna bite on. I know his aggressiveness, I know his tenacity, so I really need to see what he can do, especially knowing that I have that full field situation to work with. I kind of have a get out of jail free card, knowing if I get a little bit low HP, I can probably just run it away for a little bit. So I probably drag him probably close to the hoops one side, so that if I really got to get out of there, I can. Uh, but yeah, really just trying to figure out, is he trying to dodge me or bait me into tackles and then take advantage of it? Will he take a swipe at it in the event that I do get close? Just the little things like that, because then that really tailors how the rest of this battle needs to go, right? Do I need to start baiting him? Things of that nature, I think, is kind of what I look for when I warm up with the Wingardium beaters beforehand, their matches, when we do our little beater offs.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be like an adaptation period where they're trying to figure out each other's movements. And in that sense, you're right. Like Malik not being a beater main, uh, he's definitely wanna be on the lookout for exactly how Mako plays the role. Like it's different from Chaser, even though Chaser movement can help, but definitely that adaptation period where you're figuring out, okay, he moves like this, so he's gonna dodge when I do that. He's gonna, if I tackle him, he's gonna go away, or he's gonna try to get a counter tackle on me. All of that is gonna be very important for this one, and we'll see if Malikosis can get the read on Mako, because I feel like Mako, being so experienced, definitely knows how chasers move, how seekers move, even how other beaters move. So on that sense, I do feel like he has an advantage in that regard.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like there is possibly some delays going forth before this matchup between Mako and Malikos. It looks like there's a few things they are trying to figure out. But there are definitely games within the games. It looks like in the chat, everyone is going hard on this gambling of their core shards. And it looks like we just had one major loss with Rishi losing 1,380 core shards. My guy, what are you doing? You gotta know. This is why he can't have a casino in his personal corners, because he doesn't know when to pull out. That's quite the shame. We seem to have so many people gambling it all and losing. I'm curious who would be in the lead right now. Looks like Scourge has 800 core shards. I think last time I saw Neo try to bet it all, he it didn't look too hot for you right now, Neo, on your core shards
Yeah,
and
I
the
bet it
chat
all like
gambling.
3 or 4 times, and I lost everything every single time. So, guys, this is just a reminder that gambling shards is fine. Don't gamble your money, because results can be as mine. Losing it all 4 times in a row. So, but keep betting your core charts, and if you get a huge win, just let us know, and we maybe can announce it as well. We saw that Rishi lost more than 1,000 now. Rip, RIP Rishi. But yeah, keep the gambling going, keep the chants going. I haven't seen as many chants for houses on this event, so come on, guys, give us your best phrases, your best rhymes, your best just anything you can think of to cheer on your nation, because this is gonna be a good one. Malikosis versus Mako, and yeah, just cheer for your nations and keep it up.
I'll agree with everything Neo said, except the one thing where he says don't gamble at all 4 times in a row. It didn't work out. The message is you got to gamble it all 5 times in a row. The fifth time will work
Coming up.
out, chat. Trust me. Gamble it all for a fifth time in a row. You will not go wrong. And if it doesn't work on the
It
fifth,
worked.
see, it works.
I
See,
will.
um,
I won, dude. Let's go. Fly
luck of
with
the
the wise one.
Irish. Yeah, look at the Irish. I'm here. I got y'all. I got all of you. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Fifth gamble all wins. It's like the gotcha games when you're trying to get your skins. Was it like on the Genshin Impacts? Like after so many pools, you will get it. I got you. I promise. It's rigged.
Michi, I haven't seen you gamble, so I think that this would be a good opportunity to, take a small gamble and see if you can pull off the win. I think you can.
I will contemplate on my participation in gambling, I will say, but I have to say, looking at L7 Ally, we are now a community that is we are fully into gambling here, it appears, and also 100% into broadcaster bias as well, which I'm fully supporting going
Hell
into
yeah.
going into these matches as well.
For sure. And also shout out to Eri Berry, who has unfortunately lost all her shards for like 10 times in a row now. Eri is an example of like, perseverance. She keeps trying to go for that win, but we have seen her lose a lot of shards. So if anyone is feeling, generous, maybe put a donation towards Eri, so she can keep gambling and she will get that W for sure eventually. Just gotta keep trying, right, guys?
Yeah, of
Five,
course.
five more. I believe. Time Twisters, we're going to lose our affiliate status because of all this gambling talk. Trust me, Time Twister, from very personal experience, no, you will be fine.
Yes, Fly has the slots running, and people saying Gamba in chat. It's just one of the fun things that Fly has on his stream, and it's always really cool to see that the slot machine running, and it's super super fun.
We have so much gambling. I gamble my sanity every time I go live. It's great. I gamble being white if I'm a white person or a pink person every time I go live. It's great. All right, see right now. Okay, so right now I have 370 core. So I mean, I guess the only thing I have to do is gamble it all, right?
Hell yeah.
And there's my
Oh,
first one. So I got in four more, chat. I'll be rich. I'll be rich in
Yes.
four more gamble alls trusts.
Just gotta reach that fifth one to get that win. So, guys, we're still waiting for that Michi gamble, though. Michi
attempting.
representing, yeah, attempting. You gotta represent their nation on the core shard gamble. So far, Fly didn't get any shards for air, but we'll see if Michi can get it.
But you got it on the stream elements cooldown. Don't let the
Oh, I
gambling
see.
distract you from the second match that didn't start yet. We're getting there. It looks like they are starting to maybe set up. Maybe question marks.
Yeah,
Chat.
hopefully they are. Hopefully they are.
Chat. We're just the casters. We really don't know anything. We're
Can
doing our
definitely
best.
let you guys know.
Thank you.
So there is some debate about half court. So we're kind of taking it to a vote and possibly doing a rematch for the first round. So if everyone can just bear with us.
Okay.
Yes, so you guys heard it. We are having a conversation, a debate, an exchange of ideas about if we should do full court matches or half court. Okay, to be fair, I can see both sides of the argument. I do feel like having the full court does allow one of the beaters, if they're low on HP, to just like maybe go on a run for it and stay away while their region is up. So I could see the argument towards doing half court, as that is maybe more, violent, so to speak. Like, you can get more hits in because you're closer. But we will see. We may have a rematch between ADHD and Dynamite Gob that's in the talks right now. So stay tuned, and we will know that very soon, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pro and con to each, but for me, this is the trial of fire. We want the action. We want the fight. We want to see the heart and soul of these nations go at it. So I'm for half court. Throw it in the ring. Let's go. Let's run it.
Hell yeah. What do you think, Michi? Are you more of a half court kind of gal or a full court? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I don't have a I honestly don't think I have an actual preference on it. I mean, I think that keeping it close proximity definitely does make it a bit more viable, I think, in this aspect, but I'm also looking at the time here and we are 45 minutes into this with only one game played. So just thinking about kind of restarting everything is giving us some extra time to see some Quidditch here. But really, I think that I think there is an advantage, of course, to being more in that half core area. We've already spoke on it a bit, in that we get to see a bit more of the action, a few more tackles. But the thing is, as well, is that even with the half court, and we're seeing them talk about it here in chat as well. Even with the half court shot there, it's still possible to get away. And we saw even with having the full pitch there, Dynamite still got 2 elims on ADHD sense. So I think either way we do it, we're still gonna see elims. We're still gonna see really intense close-up matches because they want the elims. And so I personally think that I think we could keep it full court, but if we go half court and that's the community consensus, then we're all in.
Yeah. Either way, though, I do think it should still be noted that Dynamite Cope did get his kills off of tackles. Whether the case may be full
Yeah,
court or
uh,
half
I
court.
would
So
say as a caster, so like my opinion probably like doesn't hold any weight on this. But even if they change to half court, I don't know if I would do a rematch, given that he actually got the elims and that was up close. But we will see how it goes. And they are doing the vote right now, and apparently it's gonna change to half court. So beaters have voted, and we will be having a half court limit now from now on in the coming matches, and we will see if they do. Wait, actually, they're voting right now, and they are voting for less than half court. I think we'll see. So we may have half court or less than half court. That's the vote going on. That's the T right now. So it's a tight vote at the moment. I do have to say that I hope that we all get more points given the downtime, guys. Air Nation, we can make some negotiating there to get a bit more points. Now that we're having a bit of downtime. But yes, they're still on the boat, so we will see how it goes.
Yeah, less than half court will be interesting to see exactly how they'll make those rules. I'm curious as to what that all entails for less than half court. But
It's so
I
general. Like, what's less than half court? Like, how do you even? Is it gonna be like just the hoops area? Like, I don't even know how they plan to like enforce it. Because I mean, how do you even look at that all the time? It's kind of like I think like half court could be good enough for that.
yeah, I guess we'll have to see how much of the rules. We are seeing within the chat lots of people saying that we are that the beaters are lucky that Time Twister does not get involved in the Trial of Fire. He would be too powerful for two of the events. Time Twister has become a fan favorite to the crowd here. We love to see that.
Time to start the goat.
Indeed. Dingy says maybe with the rule, if it was less than half court on the 1v1 seekers, that Dingy may have a chance to have taken down Franck. The rivalry still stays.
Yeah, we saw some very intense matches there in the air trials. Now we're in the fire trials, which a lot of violence and burning in the pitch is expected. We're still waiting. We'll see if the boat has a resolution already. And it seems that we're going to go with less than half court. That's the boat that's winning right now. With only one boat remaining, we may be going towards that. So expect a lot of hits now that the space is going to be smaller. um I guess that the movement is going to be like much more precise now when it comes to dodging and just trying to survive the other beater.
Indeed, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if they give us a set of parameters for what entails for less than half court. It may be just between. It may just be taking out the ring section, the dirt section of where the rings are, and maybe that'll be what as simple as that. Uh, but indeed, Gloss says just bring it to the three broomsticks and bonk each other there. It'd be fun to redo the secret 1v1s, but everyone has to drink from the three broomsticks. Again, that is only if you're older than 21. Drink responsibly if you are older than 21. If you're not, don't. Unless you're in one of those countries that you can. Then in which case, abide by your country laws.
Be law-abiding citizens, everyone, for the most
Be
part.
law-abiding citizens. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, sometimes it's okay not to be. According to Bitchy, and the good start at only sometimes being a good law-abiding citizen is by gambling your core shards. Everyone, let's get these gambles.
I just want to say to staff that I don't support not abiding the laws. So probably that should be a penalty for our nation for condoning bad behavior. So we are going to see a penalty of 500 points towards our nation. Hopefully, I am hoping that happens. But no bias, guys. I just like laws, and I'm a good. No, I'm kidding. No, but seriously, just have fun, guys. That's all that matters. Have fun responsibly, but have fun for sure.
Absolutely. Listen, I'll do it. We could do the trials after party. I'll fly seeker drunk or
Oh,
tipsy.
let's go.
I'll do it.
Trials
QCMania.
after
ready.
party? Question mark.
Yeah. The trials of rum. That's an element for you.
Whoever drinks the most gets points. You get points per class that
Every
you try.
every time you get bumped, you have to stop and then you have to take a shot.
I
Let's
would be
go.
out after the first snitch.
Same.
Put snitch meter fill rate at like 0.25. Be great.
Oh my goodness.
All 415 builds. go for kills. It'd be great.
I'm there for that one. Sign me up.
Can we do Earth Trial also half court so we can only score one side? Though, just play on World Cup Sunset. It'll be the same thing, Rishi. It'll generally be the same thing. Has anyone? I'm sure Michi has. Knowing her Hogwarts Wizarding World fandom, Dio, have you tried anything butterbeer related before?
Mm.
No, never. So I'm interested in hearing from you guys what that tastes like.
Oh, Michi.
Ooh, yes, I have actually I've done my fair share of experimenting with things in my own home and made butterbeer before. It is
Oh.
very sweet. I mean, I guess it depends on the recipe that you use, but I added a little extra some spices to mine to make it a little bit more seasonal for the time period in which I made it around Christmas. Because I would argue that Harry Potter also can be Christmas related with all the scenes that they have there. So I've definitely tasted it, tried it, and I am a fan. I am a fan, and I'm typically not a fan of things that are on the sweeter side. So anything that's butterbeer flavored or related, I'm usually there giving it a shot.
Indeed, it is a little bit on the sweet side, maybe kind of on the butterscotch kind of taste
Mm-hmm.
palette there, Neo.
Wait,
I have
I just
okay.
Michi, you don't like sweet stuff?
I do not. I am
That
more of a. I tend to lean the salty, savory end of flavor palettes.
that has to be a penalty for our nation. Come on, guys, we all like sweet stuff. I mean, we also like sour stuff, but we don't dislike sweet stuff. But
Well,
good to hear that
it's
it's
okay. If I will balance it out since I manage a rum company based around candy, so therefore me and Michi balance out.
Yeah, I heard that if a staff gets some Roman rum candy, that's also some points towards Air Nation Fly. So definitely heard amazing things about that rum, dude. I can't wait to try it someday.
Hopefully it is expanding in August, but that'll be stuff I talk about on my personal channel. I will say, Bitchy, I do agree that Harry Potter may be somewhat of a Christmas movie. I think a good mix of Harry Potter and Die Hard during Christmas is
Mm.
a good combination of movies to go with.
Guys,
That's a fun question to pose to chat. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Some people think so, some people don't. I mean, it happens during Christmas, right? So I guess that makes it a Christmas movie. What do you think, guys? Like Michi?
We do have a quick update, real quick, from our wonderful Riley. Take it away.
guys, so the beaters did vote, and they are going to be doing on the 1/4 court. It's gonna me and Cheese and Queso will be making a sort of line, showing where they can't cross. And Dynamite Cop and ADHD Decent will not be doing a rematch. So next up, we will have Macoon and Malakosis. I just need to know from the producer if you can see Malakosis's visuals. Awesome. Well, then you guys are all set. I'm gonna dip out.
Thank you, Riley. All right, chat. So as we hear, there will be a 1/4 court rule that Riley, Cheese, and Queso and others will be setting the boundaries for. So that will be something to pay attention to as we go with. 1/4 is pretty tight there, Mitchy. I expect to hear a lot of beater crunches now.
Oh yes, I'm expecting more crunches, more elims, and I'm definitely expecting some unexpected turnouts with these coming matches.
Absolutely. So Neo, now that we have to reapproach our Malakosis and Mako situation now with this 1/4 field, do you feel that this changes the dynamics of how this is going to go for Malakosis?
I I wouldn't. So first of all, whatever he saw in the first match doesn't apply now because Dynamite had the entire pitch and so did ADH Decent. So the strategy needs to change. Um, it's tough, dude. Like I would say So you can outrun a pit bull if you have like a lead start from a bit far away. But if you're put on the cage with one, that's just like he's gonna have to be very precise with the dodges, and definitely I would say that bitter mains probably get a bit of an upper, the upper hand a bit now because they're gonna be so close, that I feel like just that violence that they're used to dish out is gonna really help them just whack the other person, especially if it's not a bitter main. I mean, Malik can still pull it off. He has that chaser movement down that could help, but I feel like just being so close towards with that menace that's Mako right now, I don't think anyone would want to trade places with Malik right now.
I will do it. I'll trade places with Balak. Put me in there,
Let's
coach.
go.
I'm
Let's
I'm
go.
ready to I'm ready to tussle with Mako. Uh, as they set up for game two, some people have answered your question, Neo. This is the list of movies that the crowd is thinking could be a Christmas movie. Time Twister says The Princess Bride. This is why Time Twister is the GOAT. Princess Bride is a great movie. I love it. It's one of my all-time favorites. I don't know why Christmas comes into mind with it, but I'll accept Princess Bride for any time of the year. We have Home Alone. I think that is a very good answer. That is also by Time Twisted Dark Shadows says The Gremlins. We have had Die Hard and Jingle All the Way says Gloss. So we're having some pretty good suggestions here. Any to add to those, Neo or Michi?
Well, some goated movies have been mentioned. Elf is always a funny one. There's also like Christmas on 34th Street or whatever. I'm not sure. Santa Claus. I don't know. There's a bunch of them. I would say though, and without meaning to, get into a debate, thinking about it a bit more, personally, I don't know. So like there's a difference, right? There's a movie that's happening during Christmas, and there is a Christmas movie. So I
Mm.
would definitely make that distinction, I think. But everyone can have their own opinions, and for some people definitely, if the movie takes place during Christmas, it can be about anything and it counts as a Christmas movie. So yeah, I think it depends on the individual for that.
Indeed.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I would also say that on that subject of Christmas movies versus movies that happen around Christmas, I would say that a legitimate Christmas movie that I would garner to be one of the best is It's a Wonderful Life. That is just a beautiful movie. It's an older one. A lot of people may not be familiar with it, but it does take place completely around Christmas, about the spirit of appreciating your life for what it is. And then on the other side, though, I think of movies that have some places that maybe scenes that take place around Christmas. One of my personal favorites has to be Mean Girls. The scene where they do the Christmas dance and they're all in their little outfits is an iconic scene from the movie, and anybody who's seen it. So I would even put that one up there with the movies that are kind of, sort of related to Christmas.
Michi, you're the goat because It's a Wonderful Life. That's my mom's, shout out to my mom. That's her favorite Christmas movie, and I actually hadn't seen it until one Christmas I surprised her by like getting the movie and just watching it as a family with everyone. And it's actually quite a good movie. So if anyone hasn't seen It's a Wonderful Life, that's really an oldie but goldie, definitely
Mm.
worth watching, and it has a really good message as well. So it definitely brings the Christmas vibes whenever if you guys can watch it, go for it. And I just wanted to give a shout out. There's this movie that happens, it's kind of Christmas related that no one knows about, but I'm gonna give it a shout out. It's called Anna and the Apocalypse, and it's kind of like a zombie movie slash musical that happens during Christmas. No one knows it, but it's actually kind of good. So I'm just gonna put the trailer in the chat, and maybe someone will watch it because it's really fun. It has some good songs in there.
Absolutely. Now, real quick, there are predictions going on in the chat. If you would like to gamble some of your channel points onto these Trial of Fires, and I'll have to say, I may not be the biggest knowledge as far as what movies may be good for Christmas, but I do know the music album wrapped up from an artist named Bang Shot is definitely the best Christmas album. Definitely not biased.
No biases at all, ever in the casting booth, ever.
No biases ever in the
0.
casting booth. We always keep it extremely fair here, chats. Just so you always know, it's always fair. Jim says he's about to start drinking. What is your poison? Yeah, okay, all right, bitchy. If you were in a 1v1 seeker battle, where what poison would you bring if it was the after party one?
For me personally, I have a box of rosé that is waiting for me in my fridge. So that is what I'm grabbing. I'm grabbing glass after glass, but if I'm going for shots, it's probably going to be more on the rum side for me.
And let's get Gloss's consent first in here before you
course.
grab him. I'm only kidding. Here we go into the game 2 of round 1. Mako versus Malikosis. We will be on the POV of Malikosis. He's already summoning his bludger. Moldy Cheese getting that score in already. And we see the boundaries they are set up. Mako already taking a high angle. He's going to make it very hard for Malikosis to get that lock on there, Dio.
Absolutely, we see Malik with that bludger, and you have to think that you can win it, Malik. Like, he has to be locked in. He can take it. Mako is a beast for sure, but a strategy, and I feel like the morale has to be high here, because you cannot get down on yourself if you get eliminated once. You gotta keep fighting for it, and this will definitely be a battle to remember. So let's get it.
So right now it looks like everything between the where Riley and them are sitting to the back of the field looks to be pre-game. It looks like there was someone that may have joined a keeper. I suppose they don't really stop too much from happening though. Malikos does take a hit there as they continue to keep battling. This is definitely a little bit of a short field to work with here, Bitchy.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely we're seeing already the effects of having this shorter bit of field here. They are getting more hits on each other. It looks like, and I'm sure that we're going to continue to see this as they move forward.
Malikos is doing a lot to keep spacing here, Neo, but he does take a punch right there. They trade punches, actually. They're both at that 1/3 health area. But it looks like Malikos is doing more to stay away, Neo, and try to work something with the bludgers as he takes another punch right there.
Yeah. Oh, and Mako gets his first elimination. We talked about how it was being like in a cage with a pit bull, and Malikos is handling himself well. It may come down to the details, and in that sense, Mako has a lot of experience. So he has to try to get an elimination now. We will see if that makes him play a bit more aggressive and just go for those tackles. I feel like we've seen him a bit more with the bludgers as he gets a bludger hit on Mako, and they're playing really close, and he gets another tackle, and we'll see if Mako goes down. They're both low HP. Are they gonna go away and wait for the region, or are they gonna finish it off? Mako misses a tackle. Oh my god. Okay, this is getting intense.
They are going back and forth right now, Bitchy, but Mako just getting a full heal. Malik taking another hit there.
Absolutely. It looks like Mako is definitely keeping an eye on Malakosis and trying to come in and counter him, getting out of the way while also still coming back and nailing hits on him. And it has worked out for him pretty well so far, as they're continuing to kind of bounce back and forth, really swapping positioning every time they go in for the tackle.
Indeed. I think it was an interesting decision for Malik to try to summon a bludger for that third and final hit. He probably would have needed to take out Mako. It's so far very tough to hit him, though. Malik has hit a bludger on Mako this battle, and that did work out for Dynamite. Right now, Mako baiting out tackles with the bludgers, getting a side swipe right there, putting Malik down again. Doesn't look like he's doing too much damage with tackles, though, but he is finding the angles right there, Neo, to get 2 hits on him.
And we see the second elimination by Mako, Malik putting up a fight. But I think that something important that we're seeing is that Mako has those dodges on point. I would say that he's even baiting Malik sometimes for an attack, and he times the dodge perfectly and just positions himself in a position, to attack. We also see Mako using the back of the hoops, the lower end, a lot. I kind of like that moment we had earlier where they were when they were both behind the hoops in the lower end, and they were just going at it. A very good match so far. I feel like Malik is putting up a fight, but those small details are making all the difference. And in that sense, Mako is an expert in the beater role.
Yeah, and as we see here, Mitchie, we see Malik definitely going for quite a few bludgers, but I don't know if we've seen Mako really go for any bludgers here.
Yeah, he is definitely taking advantage of those tackle attempts that Malakosis is trying to put on him. And it's working out well for him so far, though, with Malakosis still getting a couple of tackles on him. Perhaps maybe not as expected for him, but we are seeing the benefit there of Malakosis getting that one bludger stun there on Mako, keeping him low. If he can get some more damage on him, he might be able to pull off the Elim, though it does look like Mako's already regenning.
I feel like
Yeah,
Malik could try to like bait the dodge out of Mako because he's dodging a lot when he's approaching for a tackle, for that final tackle especially. So I think he could try to bait that, like get close but not tackle quite yet until he dodges and then go for the tackle. Because right now Mako is making a really good use of those dodges.
right now Malik low health right now. Mako looking to find possibly the situations. Malik punching that bludger away, and he is starting to regen. He is now 1 HP, and Mako closing it on out, getting that third elim on him. Probably about a minute and a half, 2 minutes remaining. This is gonna have to be a lot of uphill work for Malakosis right here. Malakosis had opportunities, and like Neo mentioned, there are times where Mako may have dodged a little early that Malik could have taken some advantage of. But right now, it looks like Mako is getting in a big rhythm here, Mitchie.
Absolutely. He is definitely taking and maintaining the control that he has there, getting all of those hits on him and really taking to advantage his, I think, experience and knowledge of just exactly what it takes to be able to get out of the way, still maintain that lead, avoid the stuns, and then come back and get him himself. It's working out pretty well for him, as we're seeing right here with Malik being right on the brink of another Elim. And there it is, ending the game.
Right before the
Whew.
end, Malik getting his fourth one, taking a dominant win for Earth Nation. And that is a nation that definitely needs a solid, pun intended, rock in for them. And Neo, I mean, it was definitely a little tough there, at some situations. Mako getting in a rhythm, finding his stride. I mean, now with this 1/4 field going, you have to imagine this is pretty much Mako's playground in those situations.
Absolutely. We talked about an adaptation period at the start of the match, where you had to see the other players' movement, try to figure out how they were going to approach this challenge. And I think that this match gave us, like, it was a tale of two stories. We saw the first part of the story where it was way closer, where Malik was putting up a fight. He hadn't believed in him yet, or maybe once, but they definitely went at it, and there was a bit of parity, I would say, especially in that moment that I really liked when they were behind the hoops in the lower end. That was some really there were some really nice, even if they missed, they just were going at it. But I feel like at one point, Mako just got comfortable. He figured it out, and then once a shark smells blood, well, we see what happens with 4 eliminations on Malikosis. Kudos to Malik. He put up a fight. He could have gotten an elim as well, but the experience, in the beater role from Mako turned out to be decisive.
Yeah, and always a tough one probably against Mako, but that gives Malakosis a lot to take in and take to his next one, which will be ADHD Descent when it gets to round two. But in the meantime, we will be switching off to the only Scourge for Team Air versus Jim Tones for Team Fire. So another Air and Fire for us to have fun with. Dynamite Cope taking a upset there with round one, or so that we believe would be an upset. So now we're having another situation where Scourge is not probably Beater is his least played role of the four that he plays, and Jim Tones obviously master of that. Previously a member of Thin Ice, which was once a Beater heavy roster when you had Jay Mahler and Yukio on there. So he has plenty of uh, influence and experience with that. Coming over to the Rim Reapers, giving them a much needed beater main to pair with Dementor, and the results have been showing. Dementor and Jim Tones have been cooking, and I'm sure we'll see that continue on going into Newts next weekend. So he has been playing lights out. Jim really taking on that role there with the Rim Reapers. So it should be a lot of fun to see. Will the shenanigans of the Wingardian season help Scourge out here in this situation, or will that mastery of Jim Tones carry him to a victory and get some points on the board for Fire Nation?
Well, as a Fire Nation supporter, I love Scourge. You know, I wish him well, but in this match in particular, Viva Dignis, and I think that the experience that Jim Tones has and the full on aggression he can dish out will prove to be decisive and that the flame will rise. So, yeah, Viva Dignis, Fire Nation, let's get it.
So this will be a breeze for you, Scourge. Well, no worries, no worries. Just fan out the fire, and it'll all be fine. I just took my second gamble, lol, and I just won me 60 extra core shards. So.
Okay, but can we talk about how the Fire Nation can say, let's set the pitch ablaze, whereas the Air Nation's rally is like, it's going to be a breeze. Let's blow some air into the into the hoops. I don't know. Like, I just feel like if there was a call out contest, like a rally contest, like Fire Nation has the edge, guys. Come on, you gotta admit that one.
Also, we could take this much further. We could blow the competition away. There's so much more that we could do, but it's a breeze. We take it easy breezy.
Easy breezy.
Yeah.
Which won't be the case for this match, as Scorach has a challenge ahead of him. In that sense, Michi, what are you thinking? Like, we've seen Dynamite pull a bit of an upset, like Flourish mentioned, on ADHD Sen. Then we saw Mako and Malik, and it went a bit more like, people would expect the beater main to, like, win. Um, do we see an upset possibility on this one?
I think so. I think that what we're going to see from Scourge is going to. I think what is going to happen in this match here is that we're going to see a lot of back and forth. Obviously, from both of these guys, they are quite strategic. I know that they are very well rounded in their ability to play more than one role. So I know that they're going to be taking that advantage with them and really putting that forward in this. I know that Jim is great in close encounters, and I also know that Scourge is as well. So I think that what we'll be seeing is a lot of close calls from both of them. But for sure, we're going to be seeing multiple elims.
Yeah, absolutely. And two of the casters here, Michi, uh, nice on your first bet, but we both lost it all. But we
Yeah.
gotta reach when you reach that fifth bet, that's when you win. So just keep at it. Save up some shards and perseverance. Just like the beaters need. Fly in that sense. I think that it's very important for the beaters to not get down on themselves once they finish him once or even twice. Like, you gotta fight until the end, right? Like, this fight isn't over until the time runs out.
Yeah, and we've already seen here that it looks like the more aggressive beater, at least in the first two series, has won going into it. Now, what'll be interesting here is we've kind of seen in both scenarios where one beater seems to like picking up the bludgers and one beater seems to just be going almost mostly tackles. Now Dynamite Cope did bring up some bludgers, but and he did get a clutch one there. But for the most part, Dynamite Cope was going for tackles where ADHD said more after the first 2 minutes started being bludger summon heavy. Malakosis was summoning quite a few bludgers. I think Mako probably summoned 2 bludgers, maybe 3 in that whole series. Other than that, he was just going for tackles. So now you're coming into this situation. I've always said Jim Tones really good balance between bludgers and tackles. He really doesn't favor any of them. Scourge, we don't really have a whole lot of scouting report on. Though the few times I would say he has been more bludger heavy. So in this situation, obviously there is no chance of which you can back down. You have to just be aggressive and keep pushing and keep fighting. So yeah, and realistically, in these kind of beater offs, going down once isn't a big deal. You can get 2 back to back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we've talked about the role advantage that people can have, if they play different roles, like the chaser movement. But in this case, I would say that it would be pretty equal because both Jim and Scourge can play a multitude of roles. So in that sense, the general game knowledge of both of them is definitely high up there. So we're definitely gonna see, even though Jim has the beater speciality, let's say, experience there. Scourge also has a lot of game knowledge, movement knowledge. He plays chaser a lot, which can help. So we will see if that can kind of mitigate that difference when it comes to just like the beater role.
Indeed. And this is interesting though with the dynamics. I believe Jim is a Ravenclaw within the house tournaments. A Ravenclaw representing Team Fire. This might be the first Ravenclaw I've seen here with the Fire Nation. Going against Scourge, who is Air Nation. That being the Hufflepuffs, we kind of all agreed they kind of fit in with. So it makes sense. Looks like they are set up and ready to go, though maybe Jim's screen might be a little still. So, who knows, but I'm sure they are clashing bats at this current moment. Oh, and there it goes. Now it gets a little. We have a viewpoint of one of our guards. Jim Tones is already half health as they seem to be keeping space out. And Jim getting a punch on Scourge. We don't have the health. Oh, actually, Scourge is at 2 HP. So already they are keeping this very close, Bitchy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I really, of course, did not expect any less. Did not expect any less.
Jim
Um,
Tone's already low health. Scourge taking him
right
down,
there.
Neo.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. So something interesting about the fire is that it can always rise up. The flames can always burn brighter. So I'm sure that Jim Tones is gonna come right back and get some millions. But kudos to Scourge, he's putting up a great fight. We actually saw a bit of some bludger trade-offs at the start, and then they just started getting closer and going at it. Some good dodges and movement from Scourge, as Jim Tones is low on HP again. Maybe that chaser movement that we talked about is also coming in clutch here, as Scourge is proving to be really, really hard to hit and getting those hits in.
Yeah, they are trading a lot. They are jousting right now. Scourge at 3 HP, though, after Jim just gets his regen back. So right now, Scourge is playing a little bit of just keep away. He goes in for a punch, though, shows no fear as he starts to regen. He gets another punch. He has 1 HP, though. They may joust this out, but Jim getting the final HP off of him. It is now a 1-to-1 battle. The Air and the Fire Nation obviously keeping that battle going right now.
that Ignis. Never discount the fire. If you put it out once, it can always shine bright again. But Scourge comes right in, and he will definitely put up a fight as he has been doing so far. This is a very close match, actually. Anything can happen, and Scourge is proving to be a formidable opponent for Jim Tone so far.
Right now,
Absolutely, absolutely.
go ahead, Michi.
Oh, no, I was gonna say that. I mean, as we can see right here, Scourge is definitely giving Jim a run for his money. He is getting consistently tackle after tackle while also still avoiding Jim and really tracking his movements. As we can see, they're using perhaps a bit of his keeper expertise to really track where Jim is coming out with that direction. I think that is definitely helping to his advantage right now.
Yeah, Jim may be winning right now a little bit on the tackle game, getting just a few more tackles on Scourge, but neither of them really closing out the deal. They've had each other at low HP multiple times, only finishing each other off once. But right now, both full health, both kind of regaging each other, seeing what they can find. Scourge getting a punch right there as he summons a bludger. And taking a little bit of a joust right now. Jim's going to start regenning. It is.
Yeah,
It is
it's a
definitely staying
very close
close.
matchup. Yes, a very close matchup. We see a lot of good movement from both of them. Good dodging, good use of what little of the pitch they can use. This is being really close, and I'm starting to think if maybe we're gonna see one more elimination, and that's it, because they are both proving to be good dodgers. And right now, Jim Tones is low on HP. That means that Scourge can go on the hunt. We will see if he does that as Jim tries to stay a bit away and get that regen going to the edge of the limit of the map. He gets a hit on Scourge, and Scourge continues the chase as Jim is trying to survive. Jim gets a dodge in, and this is just very intense right now. Scourge gets that bludger, Jim dodges, and he gets an
Ooh.
elimination. You know, yeah, no comment on that. I just feel like we're seeing a very close match, and Fire Nation can rise up again. Let's go.
Scourge getting that second elimination. He had Jim on the run quite a bit. They were jousting, but Scourge knew he had the HP advantage, so he just stayed in there and started bringing it back. As the moment I say Jim's winning the tackle battle, Scourge decided to have something to say about it. Obviously going in on this now. But a lot of this is just missed tackles from dodges. But Jim right now getting that initial hit on for this one. Scourge now trading blows with him. I'm not sure if that was a bludger or a tackle, but Jim at 1 HP, Scourge at half. They could probably joust this. They might both go down. But maybe for the sake of time, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Scourge now 2 HP. Jim is starting to regen. Oh, Mitchie, this is close.
Oh, they are really, really taking it in, regardless of what their health bar is. Both really going in for those dives each time.
Jim getting the elimination after Scourge got
Mm.
a bludger. Jim at 2 HP.
Let's
Going into
go.
this, tying
Fire
it
Nation. Let's go.
2-2.
So we see a tie. I don't know what happens if the match ends on a tie. I'm not entirely sure. Or if they're gonna do overtime until someone else gets an elimination. But this is 10 seconds remaining. We will probably not see another elimination if the match ends now. If it goes to overtime, then we will see a tiebreaker. But this has been a beautiful match to watch. Super close, and it's very interesting how non-beater mains are putting up the work. They are making the beaters work for it.
Indeed.
Mhm.
Scourge getting that tackle there towards the end. Just an unfortunate fall to have it be a tie instead of a 10 or a 1 elim advantage. It'll be interesting to see how L7 handles this. I mean, I would say, Bitchy, this was a very uh, fun one to watch. It seems like they both just got in a rhythm and were just jousting away.
Absolutely. And something that I saw quite a bit there that I think also helped as well was that they both of them were not afraid, even on low HP, to really get in there. We did see a couple times where They did try to, kind of get out a little bit, maybe regain a little bit of health, but for the most part, they were really in it to brawl. And those are the kind of games we like to see because it turns out with these really close results like we got here on this one.
Absolutely. And so what happens with the tie, Angel? We are not quite sure yet what will be happening with the tie. Maybe they'll go in, and the first one to get an elim will win it all. Uh,
Yeah, that
or
would
it
be a good
actually looks
tiebreaker.
like that they're just switching over to Katie Tux and Alpha Tux. It looks like they are just going to call it a tie and move on.
Yeah,
Oh, it
maybe
looks like
they'll split the points. Yeah, go
I'm,
for
I'm
it, Michi.
seeing here in Elemental Chat that they are going to go again, and the first one to eliminate the other takes the win.
All right, so there we have it. Mitchie with the answer there. So this will be a sudden death situation.
Let's go, Fire Nation! Vivat Ignis! Burn up. Without
This is
bias, of course.
very cutthroat here with this match here. Coming into this, anything could truly happen.
Yes,
Yeah,
I would say
and
it's been the closest, right, we've seen so far.
Mhm.
Like both Scourge and Jim putting in the work and with amazing movement, amazing hits. Just a really fun match all around.
yeah, I agree. They've both been very aggressive. Very few bludgers, though. The few bludgers that they did throw, especially on the side of Scourge, did actually hit, which was very surprising to see. But I don't know if bludgers will get it done going into this final. Right now, they're working on the screens to get them to work. And here we go. We're gonna have Scourge, Jim Tones, first one to end it.
And for anyone who hasn't noticed, Scourge is cosplaying, quote unquote, as K Detox. He's wearing the K Detox skin and character. Maybe for a bit of morale, because we all know Kate is a great and amazing beater. So Scourge there giving an homage to his Wingardium teammate.
And we seem to be having a little bit of viewing issue depending on which POV we were on. So this could be over and we wouldn't be quite sure. Though I bet they are both being aggressive and spacing each other out all at the same time. They're trying to find their way to make the most out of each tackle they go for, knowing that whoever probably gets the first strike has a pretty good advantage of this. And we may not know until the results are what the results are.
Yes, it seems that we have frozen streams, unfortunately. So only the referees are the witnesses of this great match that is going to culminate in one elimination, a sudden death. Whoever gets the first elimination in this one wins it all. So it's going to be, more important than ever to be on point, both in the tackles, bludgers, and dodging for sure.
Indeed. So if you are Air Nation, make sure you are giving your energy, your spirits to Scourge right now. In the name of Air Nation.
And if you're Fire Nation, light up a candle, light up your house, light up a chair, but light up something to give that fire energy towards Jim Tones. Disclaimer, obviously don't burn your house, but definitely you can grab a lighter and just make some fire in honor of our great Jim Tones, who is battling for some Fire Nation points right now.
Yeah, go light up all your core shards. You don't need them.
That's true.
Disclaimer, don't burn your house. Yeah, don't burn it. Just light it up. Lightly light it up. It'll handle.
Yeah, you can burn it off later.
Trust me, I don't work for insurance.
So, Michi, I'm interested in your opinion. What do you think could happen on this one? Like, do you see anyone having an edge? It's been so close that I honestly think anyone can take it. But I don't know if maybe you see that anyone has an edge on this. Maybe Scourge has been doing really well. Like, what do you think of this one?
Um, Man, I would love to see, of course, I would love to see Scourge really pull out this elim here. we're having a bit of difficulties being able to see kind of the perspectives here. Looks like we might have it a little bit better now. But I would really love to see. I'd love to see Scourge really lock in and take in advantage of some of these attempts that Jim's putting on him. But of course, I think that Jim is really going to be paying attention. He's going to be doing his best to stay on his toes and keep that out. But I think what we're going to see here is a very, perhaps a very long little chase here of them going back and forth, attempting those bludgers, attempting those tackles on each other while the other's distracted or moving around. So, I mean, it really could go either way, truly. But we're seeing currently Jim really giving Scourge the workaround, using full advantage of that quarter pitch that they have. And ensuring that he's at least keeping his movements, his dodges on, so then he can try and get those hits on him like we just saw.
Yeah, we have the POVs back between the two players. Right now, Scourge is the one at a third HP. Jim getting him down to low health now. This would all go down in one tackle.
And I gotta
But
say, we're
Scourge,
halfway through the match. We're more than halfway through the match. And we have seen no elimination so far. And I think that I see Scourge running the Oak Shaft. Is that what he's running? Because that would be a very strategic move, to get that additional health and just like the durability of the Oak Shaft.
that might be the strat, especially coming into this. Jim Tone's using his emotes. He's used taunt. It is not effective yet. Uh, they are keeping spaced out. They are staring each other down. We need to have the Duel of Fate Star Wars music playing for this. But he gets another punch. So far, he has slightly found his way, but Scourge getting another punch on him as well. Ooh, that bludger not quite connecting. It is very hard to connect bludgers off of someone's missed tackle. They just seemingly don't ever do much of anything as they both regen. And but Scourge getting another side swipe here, Dio. Second one.
This is being a duel of the titans, and Jim Tones right now is in danger. He is gonna try to not get hit again for sure. I don't think if he can get like one shot right now. Oh my god. Okay, Scourge gets another hit. Jim Tones is down. This could define everything. A good dodge. Jim needs to get that regen. He needs to get that, and he needs to have those dodges at some point. It's interesting because we are talking a lot about Jim Tones' aggression, but I feel like Scourge is also just as aggressive. He's showing up and putting out the violence on this one.
Oh, Scourge getting a bludger hit right
Mm.
there. This may have to come down to the spectator scorecards. And right now, Scourge putting in a lot of work. Oh, missed tackle right there. Will Jim take advantage? Not quite. 30 seconds remains on this clock. And yeah, they both seem to be running Oak Chow with very quick regens. Jim not taking advantage right there. Had a moment where he looks like he could have gone for it. They both may start with the jousting here. Oh, Jim getting that. Ooh, missed that tackle. Scourge with a swipe. And they go to sudden death.
We are seeing a lot of evasive maneuvers from both of these guys now, in particular in this game. We have yet to see an elim in this one. They are doing everything that they possibly can to be the last one standing. And we're now seeing, as you said, going into sudden death. Neither of them have this elim quite yet. They've gotten pretty close, getting each other down to within 2 HP, and yet still struggling to keep it up. Though right now, Jim
Scourge
getting the
goes
elim
down.
on Scourge,
Scourge
taking
goes
this
down.
one.
Fire Nation light up. Burn bright. Let's go. Let's go. Jim Tones gets a win for the Fire Nation. Vivat Ignis. But it was an amazing battle, guys. Scourge, that fight lasted more than 7 minutes between both of them. So I just want to say, congrats to both of them and thank you for such an amazing performance, such an amazing showdown. I don't know if every match is going to be like this, but I hope they are because just been an amazing one.
Yeah, definitely there at the end. Jim Tones was able to just kind of keep it close enough to make those dodges by Scourge not be as effective, to stay away, just close that gap, made him feel very uncomfortable, was just able to get those three tackles in a row off of. But generally speaking, they both went so heavy at it. They both had each other low so many times. Huge comeback kill at the end of the first series between them, to tie it up for the sudden death by Jim, and then fully closing it out there at the end. Wonderful battle. Congratulations to the Fire Nation and to Jim on that win. They will get their 150 points here in the Trial of Fire.
Light a fire, burn to ash. The Fire Nation will kick your ash. I cannot say the other word, so yeah, Ash will do.
All
Loving
good,
the play
all
on words
good.
there.
Well, moving into the next match, we will have Alpha Tux versus KD Talks. Alpha representing Earth Nation, who have already gotten one win through Mako, and then KD Talks representing Water Nation. Now, this will be a fun one. KD Talks is a beater main. Alpha Tux is just a flex player. It just doesn't matter what role you put Tux on, he can dominate on all of them. So, there truly is an interesting dynamic here that we have not had in the first three matches, where this is probably truly two actual beaters going head to head. And we'll have to see what the strategies will be going into it. Tuck's probably a little bit more of that aggressor side than Katie Talks. Katie may favor a few bludgers there, but Katie Talks really good with some side swipe tackles. It'll be I think another clash like we just saw, possibly, but it's going to be definitely very, very tough, knowing that Tux is very smart mechanically with this game, Bitchy.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that I in particular will be interested to see. We've definitely seen Tux on pretty much every role. We know that he's a very, very well-rounded player, probably one of the most well-rounded around. And so I think that going into this, knowing that information, and then also as you spoke on as well with KD, I think that looking at both of these two going into this match, I think we're going to see a lot of strategy. We're going to see a lot of really good dodges and evades from each other as well. Some close calls, and surely, hopefully, we'll be seeing some eliminations as well. What I'm really hoping to see from this is those really tough moments, right? Where they're at the end, they're both very low on health. We've got 2 HP, and they go in for the joust just to see who can take it. Those are, in my opinion, I think the more exciting ones to see because it can go either which way. And I have a feeling we'll be seeing at least one of those situations here with these two.
Absolutely. Now, Neo, we just saw an incredible last match where Fire Nation was able to bring it out at the end there. Do you expect? I expect a lot of fireworks to happen this match as well. But do you think we'll see a lot more elims, or do you think we'll still see a little bit of what we just saw last match, where two aggressors but still playing it safe once they get to that low HP section?
This is an interesting one because KD, at least to me, is a very like technical beater, like tactical beater. Like she knows when to throw those bludgers, when to do the tackles. She has great field awareness. I think that maybe Tux is just a tad more aggressive, like just going for it. So I think it's gonna depend a lot on if Katie can get that read on Tux. She has, like I said, great awareness, so if she can get that, figure out his movement and know when to time the dodges, when to time the tackles, when to time the bludgers, she is totally capable of getting a win here. We'll see also if Tux is on point. He's a very aggressive beater, so we'll see also if this small space influences that in any way. But it's definitely a battle of titans. We're gonna see two amazing beaters going at it. I don't think anyone can make like a prediction right now. It's just it's gonna be a close one. It's gonna be a good one, and I feel like it's gonna be a game of details where just one missed tackle, one missed dodge can make all the difference.
Indeed, I do think it will be that. Who makes the mistake first going into this matchup? Other than that, I think you're going to see a lot of jousting, a lot of trying to get those little side swipes off the dodges. It'll be a lot of fun as they start setting up here for their their match here. See, I do believe I see one of them at least already in queue, waiting for the other one to team up onto them. Scourge going in for the gamble all. He misses his. Teddy lost 20 shards. Gloss was able to double his shards. Good work there, Gloss.
A lot of gambling going on in the Twitch chat here, but definitely loving to see all the engagement here. Lots of losses of core shards, but also quite a few gains of them as well.
Indeed, that is the way of the Gamba. You will lose most, but when you win, hopefully you win big.
That's always the
Gamble
hope, right? The
Gloss
fifth attempt,
PC.
isn't it?
Say that again, Mitchie.
The fifth attempt, isn't it? Right, the fifth
It
time.
is
That's when you win.
the fifth time, indeed. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We are commentating on the gambas that are going on. Dingy is trying to gamble Gloss's PC as we go into match 4 of round 1 here.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna gamble it all in honor of this great match that we're about to see. So hopefully I win some charts as well.
Indeed. All right. KD talks. Alpha Tux. We have an interesting POV on one of those screens already. And they're off. Moldy Cheese looks like he will go ahead and score 1 so that when the timer ends, it will just end in general as they go ahead and take their sides of the field and wait for the barricade to come up. I know this is going to be weird, but when they make the barricade, it kind of looks like, you know, those little barricades you see in a pool, you know, the little bobby things. You can't pass
yes.
those. I don't know if y'all ever been, you know, I live in the southern area of America. We got some little creeks and lakes, and that's what they have out there. We can't pass these sections in our little campsite areas.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
the swimming zone only.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely resembles that. As we see, they're patiently staring at each other right now, the stare off, trying to intimidate the opponent, I guess.
Oh, we
Oh,
get
but
41.
And we got
41.
41. 41. Oh, that's why they weren't doing anything. They noticed that 41 was coming. And yep, one of the this is the first time that I see this kind of bug in a game. I don't know if you guys have seen it in any others, where in a specific minute a bug like this happens. I've never seen that before at QC. So you know, keeping it fresh, keeping it original, even with the bugs. Let's go.
Yeah, I've not seen it either, but I've started using the 41 concept in other parts of my life as well. Anytime I'm abruptly stopped or kicked out of something, I refer to it now as being 41. Because it is such an integral part of playing customs these days.
That's a great call out. Good reference. But yeah, the match got 41th. But no worries, they are getting into the game again. We're seeing K Detox versus Tux or Alpha Tux, as his WB name says. And it's gonna be a good one, guys. So like brace yourselves, buckle up. This is gonna be intense. Fire Nation is not here, but this match is definitely gonna be fire.
We would like to give a shout out to Teddy Reddy, who is sponsoring the Trial of Fire. The top 2 beaters will each receive a 25 Steam gift card. So shout out to Teddy Reddy there. But yeah, going into the 41, the bug. Yeah, I've just never. There are a lot of bugs that this game and quirks that this game provides that I can't say I've ever seen find its way into other games. I will say that. So as they go ahead and set up here again, Cheese and Queso throwing in that 10. They'll wait for the barriers to be made. They're both holding their bludgers back on a stare off.
And Olympus Mew mentions how the stare down looks like an old Western movie where they're waiting to draw their weapons, and literally weapons have been drawn, the first bludger has been thrown, and we are going live with this huge match between KD Tox and Alpha Tox.
Already trading blows on punches one time. We have the POV of both of them going into this. Right now, they are both regenning as they go in for tackles. And they are jousting right now, but Tuck's getting that last tackle in. He's got a bludger. He sends it off. He's looking for every opportunity he can. They joust again, so KD at half health. KD now at 1 HP. Tuck's looking in for this best angle, and he finds it for the first elim. Tuck's up 1.
Yeah, if KD is going to want to be able to avoid those, she's definitely going to have to, keep her eyes out beneath her. He's definitely taking advantage of those opportunities where she's coming in after him, and he's able to make that quick turnaround just to get her from underneath.
He
Yeah,
does
we've
take a
seen.
bludger there.
We've seen a lot of chain tackles, so to speak. It happened on the match between Dynamite Cup and ADHD and as well, where one bear gets a tackle and then makes movement, so they get like one more or two more to get that elimination. So I would say that maybe Katie has to play a bit more conservatively once she's low on HP. Definitely a good battle so far, but those were some really good tackles and movement from Tux on the first elimination.
Indeed. And right now, Katie's got Tucks down to half health, trying to claw her way back in to make this a 1-1 game. Tux, though, getting a punch from behind, holding that bludger, sends it out, makes her waste that punch. He goes in for another one, seemingly hits the ring instead. Katie taking a risky punch since she was already lower health, went in and got one. But now he just hits her with a bludger. He goes in for another tackle. She is 2 HP. He is half, and he gets another elim. He is up 2-0 on elims.
Yes, the Warrior Nation taking a hit. Tugs comfortably getting 2 eliminations. He has been hit, but I don't know if he has been red HP yet. KD has had some time to analyze Tugs' movement, so hopefully that will help her as well. Just be more on the lookout for those tackles because Tugs is pulling off some really good movement right now.
Indeed. Right now, KD a little lower than half health. Tux right now has 1/4 of his health ticked off. KD starting to regen. He throws a free hand bludger, doesn't quite make it. They are both now back at 100 HP. And they take a joust there for a trade-off. They take another joust, but KD wins it. And now it's just going to be if Tux is going to space out or if KD can keep the pressure on him. He is starting to regen. She sends the bludger, hits him with it. Unfortunately, he had chest regen, so he is back at half HP. KD taking a tackle off. Looks like Neo that she's staying a little bit more understanding of how this battle is going so far, but will she have the time to bring it back is the big question.
Yeah, we were talking about how she is a very tactical beater, depending a lot on timing. I feel like maybe Tux is just going all in. So I think maybe she has to up the aggression a bit, just like she gets a hit and has to try to connect the others consecutively, as Tux is trying to do. Because Tux just gets a hit and keeps going and going and going. Sometimes KD takes a bit of time to position herself for the next one. I feel like that could be making a difference as she is low on HP right now and she goes down. Tux gets another elimination, and the Earth Nation seems to be positioned to take this one.
Indeed, Katie getting him to low health multiple times or one hit away, but always just after he has the advantage. He's gonna have to figure out how to properly joust that in order to not give up those lives in order to take him down. But Tuck's already starting with the advantage here as he's trying to get in a fourth hit or fourth elim.
Tux is just being really good at chaining one hit after the other. Katie's movement has to be on point, and he gets another elimination. Michi, what are your thoughts on the match so far? We're seeing Tux being really aggressive as we had predicted.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that aggression as you mentioned from him. Definitely taking advantage of each opportunity that Katie is taking against him there. Also, some observations I'm seeing from this as well is that Tux is really taking advantage of the space that KD is using as well. We saw in this last couple of elims here, her being in quite close proximity to the ground or the outside wall, really making it blocking off potential areas where she can be, dodging out or getting an evade from him, making those chains a bit easier for him to hit in some instances. Um, so I think really, as you said, we predicted that we would see a lot of aggression, a lot of jousting, a lot of back and forth, but it has aired in Tux's favor.
Indeed, he's been using the walls pretty well to his advantage here, getting some of these tackles in. But right now he is low HP. Katie having a chance to get at least one on the board in the final seconds there, but Tuck's able to just survive and outlast, taking a 4-0 lead and getting some extra points for the Earth Nation. Earth Nation making a storming comeback here, at least towards the Water Nation. Still plenty of ground to cover. But as we kind of mentioned before going into this round one, that the combination of Mako and Tux on the Earth Nation was going to be a huge benefit for them.
Yes, and I like what we see. We read from Angel, Tux causing an earthquake. The Earth Nation finally, well, not finally, but waking up from their slumber and getting some very important points for their comeback. Definitely an earthquake of a match. I feel like KD had some, she couldn't get into that rhythm because Tux was just so constantly on her. The pressure that he put out, chaining a lot of hits. A very good match. I do feel like the aggression on the side of Tux was really, really good in this game.
Yeah, Tuck's using the boundaries to his advantage. Katie getting kind of stuck on the walls there, where, a lot of these beaters, when we see each other spacing out, they are going for punches and are dodging, but usually with the space of the failed tackle that it gives you enough time to reposition, find where the other beater is, and still make a get out if they try to tackle you immediately. Uh, Tuck's just staying near the walls, so when Katie would miss those tackles against the wall, she just really didn't have anywhere to go and escape, and he would just continually take advantage, getting those punches in. Really cunning strategy on the side of him as he closes out for round one. But now we get prepared for round two, which will start with Dynamite Cope versus Mako.
That's gonna be a fun one to watch, especially after Dynamite pulled that quote unquote upset against ADHD Sin. Will he pull the upset again? We will see if Mako can handle what Dynamite throws at him and vice versa. Michi, what are your predictions on this one? What are you thinking of this match that's coming?
Absolutely. I think that, going into this next match here, this will be, of course, Dynamite's second match going into this next round. He did get the opportunity to have that full pitch in the first one, but he's only got quarter pitch now. So, hopefully he's been, of course, paying attention to a lot of these other games that have been happening, getting a sense of the strategy of what it is that he needs to do against Mako, having seen him perform earlier. For me personally, I think seeing some predictions that will come from this, I think that we're going to see we're going to see quite a few bludgers being thrown. I don't necessarily know if bludgers will fully make contact, but I think that in this end zone, Dynamite's definitely going to be paying attention to his tackles, his positioning, where that's at, right? Using that, as we spoke on earlier, using that chaser technique that he has to ensure that he's evading those tackles and being able to come around and get his own. I think in this closer proximity, he's definitely going to have to do a little something different from what he had done before, as he will not be able to have as much room to get that extra regen as he had maybe in the beginning. So I think going into this one, Mako definitely has a little bit of an advantage knowing how that end of the pitch had worked out for him in the first go around with Malakosis. So I think that this one, I think we might end up actually seeing Dynamite get an elim on Mako. I don't know how many, obviously, that would be, but I think we will see at least one come out.
And
Yeah,
Fly, something I wanted to ask you, something that we saw Dynamite do on that first match against ADHD and was the backwards throw of the bludger, just throwing it with the rear cam. So I'm thinking that now that the court is smaller, probably it would be a really risky move to try to do a backwards bludger shot. I don't know if you think we will see that again, or if that move is probably off the table now that the pitch is smaller, the court's smaller.
I wouldn't say that the move is off the table. I think you saw with the Gym Tones and Scourge battle that there were actually quite a few backwards bludgers thrown, but mostly in the sense of like forcing the tackle out, right? So if the beater comes close to you and sends a tackle, but you throw the bludger at them, they'll hit the bludger, they won't hit you. And we saw it as a kind of a more defense technique between Scourge and Gym Tones and their battle. So maybe we don't see it in the same way that we saw Dynamite utilize it in game one against ADHD Scent, but I don't necessarily think that it's completely out of the picture. But it may be specifically for Mako because Mako is going to move around. He is not going to give space for that lock on to just be smooth, even if Dynamite is trying to run away, so to say, or make space. Uh, Mako is just not going to simply follow on a straightaway. He's gonna make it very tough. So it'll be interesting to see if Dynamite finds a way to incorporate that still. Uh, but I wouldn't say that it's not necessarily a usable tactic going
We
forward.
will see if he can pull it off. In my
Yeah,
mind, trying to pull a rear, as you say, I do agree that it can be used as a counter. If they miss a tackle and you can use the rear cam to get that lock on for sure. But maybe if you use it as an offensive maneuver, I feel like you can probably see on that rear cam how Mako is just coming at you and about to tackle you. So while the lock on loads, so it's gonna be interesting to see if he can pull it off. But in any case, it's going to be a very interesting match given Dynamite's movement on the first match he played. He definitely got some really good tackles as well and showed how the chaser movement helps him set them up and dodge them. So it's going to be a good one, guys. Buckle up because we are going in.
indeed. We are starting off the match between Dynamite, Cope, and Mako. Cheese and Queso doing his thing as far as starting up the game to make sure that once the timer ends, it will be over. And the barriers are starting to be set up. And it looks like they are off. Mako and Dynamite Cope going at it. Right now, no one trading any tackles. They are feeling each other out at this current moment.
Yeah, we see quite a lot of movement early on. Definitely trying to avoid Mago's pressure. Dynamite is moving all around the court that is available to them. And so far, I think that there has been no hits at all, but they are definitely getting a feel of each other, how they move, how they dodge. And the violence will start really soon, no doubt, as
Mm.
Dynamite Cop gets tackled and Mako gets also has also been tackled. So we'll see how it goes. Right now, it's up in the air and can go to any of these great players.
Indeed, Mako getting another tackle right there, putting Dynamite Cope a little bit under that half HP. He will now start playing to preserve as much of that life as he can. But now he's at 2 HP after jousting Mako. This is going to be very close. He's going to have to play very safe. Mako taking a missed tackle. Dynamite still going in, respectable, as he starts slowly regenerating some HP there, using the hoops to his advantage, flying around them. And he has fully regained HP as he just hits Mako, though. Or it looked
Nope.
like he did. Maybe he hit a bludger. I don't know. Maybe they're both full HP right now on the screen side of Riley. There it is. Mako now hits. Mako hit twice. Mako is in the red HP. Dynamite now also low. Oh, this could come down to a joust.
Beautiful movement from Dynamite Gob. We see him doing these curves kind of movements, and it seems to be working out really well for him, getting Mako super low, but he couldn't go for the kill. So we will see if he can actually get that elimination, but his movement is working so far. It worked against ADHD Send, it got Mako low, so maybe he's onto something with the way that he's moving.
Indeed. Right
Absolutely.
now, both. Oh, go ahead, Mitchie.
Oh, no, I was saying we're seeing a lot of passing back and forth with them, trading turns at who's chasing who is facing who, really diving into each other as well. And we've spoken on it a bit here, and Dynamite's movement is definitely helping him out quite a bit. We see Mako really continuing to go in for a lot of these tackles on here, with Dynamite swinging far enough out from him that it makes it a bit difficult for Mako to turn around and get that quick hit, which I think is definitely working out to his advantage so far.
Yeah, Mako right now, a little bit of well, he's full H. Oh, nope, never mind. He just takes a hit right there. Dynamite taking another hit. He's at half HP. Yeah, I think what you're seeing. Oh, he is at 2 HP now. Mako has him on the run. We'll see if Mako can't close it out. Dynamite Cop dodging his way, going back around kind of more in the open space. Last time we saw him fly around the rings to try to get him some of that space. He is starting to slowly regen. And he has finally done it. He's gotten to full HP regen. I think what you're seeing there too, Mitchie, is when these beaters take tackles, there's a little weird hitbox with the verticalness of the beaters. And sometimes both beaters can take a tackle at each other, take a swing. But if you have a vertical difference, depending, it may favor one over the other. So you both take a tackle, but one will miss and one will get hit. So I think what you're seeing there is they're both really trying to test that distance right now, trading blows again on a joust. But
Yeah,
Dynamite Cope
absolutely.
really holding his own here.
Yeah, something that I appreciate about this POV is that it really lets us see the beater movements. And we saw a while ago Mako trying to trail Dynamite to get that elimination, but he's just moving really well. Dynamite seems to be very, very good at dodging and just getting away from the violence that Mako is trying to put on him. This is probably gonna be a one elimination match the way things are going, and it can honestly go either way. Dynamite is showing as we get kind of close to the limit of the court, but Dynamite is showing that he can joust with anyone and come out on top. So probably the surprise beater of the fire trials so far.
Indeed. And right now it looks like Dynamite is just mostly playing a little bit conservative to see if he can't get that initial hit in, then we may see him get aggressive. With 1 minute remaining, though, we'll have to see something happen or it'll go to a sudden death. They're just spacing each other out, though, Neo. Oh, but Dynamite getting a punch there.
Yeah, Dynamite getting a huge tackle, and we will see if he tries to lock in on Mako again and go for that second hit that would allow him to be close to an elimination. But right now, I feel like both beaters know how to dodge so well once they're in danger that getting that elimination is proving to be extremely hard for both of them.
Indeed.
Which,
Right now,
yeah, really
trading
gets the
blows.
waffle, right? We may they may score another goal, so it goes to sudden death instead of making another match for the tiebreaker elimination. Oh no, they let it end. So I think we will load into a new match, and whoever gets an elimination will win this one.
Indeed. And no eliminations at all going from that first one. I mean, at the point of dynamite, you're somewhat getting that first tackle. I feel like at that point, everyone running the same broom, same build. If you get the first tackle, you can probably outlive anything else. At that point, you may just go for joust, you know, just full trade blows. Even if you're taking the hit, if you have the initial hit, you win.
Yeah, it takes confidence though. I can imagine that even if he has an HP advantage, just getting close to Mako, it's a risk always. So I guess that he's playing a bit more towards that conservative side, but he definitely has to go all out if he wants to get that elimination, to get that win. We're seeing a lot of tackles to regen instead of eliminations. So both are doing their work dodging and just being elusive. Um, we probably have to see a bit more jousting if we want any of them to get that kill. Um, but yeah, Michi, what are your thoughts on this first match? Well, on this first showdown, because now we're gonna see the elimination one between Mako and Dynamite.
Absolutely. I love that we're getting a lot of this cutthroat competition where they're really, really locking in and keeping each other on their toes. We saw a lot of evasive maneuvers from Dynamite that really helped him to avoid a lot of those aggressive tackles that we were seeing there from Mako. But then also toward the end there, Mako switched a little bit defensively, really ensuring that he was keeping an eye on the movements of Dynamite, and ensuring that he is avoiding those tackles and those jousts that came in from there. We saw a couple of times there where they were both pretty low, got down within 1/3 of their HP, but were still able to bring it back up to get themselves regen and go back in for that joust over and over. I will be interested to see going into this match here, continuing this, I guess, sudden death in this case, to see who is going to get that elim to take this. We have seen in previous games now in this trial multiple elims. We've seen, one that with 0-4, the one that we just recently observed here. And then now we're in one where there hasn't been an elim yet. So definitely interesting to see the wide variation in play styles and ability here, but really seeing how evenly matched these two are as far as their evasive maneuvers are going is very interesting to me, especially seeing this from somebody like Dynamite, who is not in that beater main position as we've discussed. Using that experience he has on other things like Chaser to his advantage here. But my, thoughts going into this next, or I guess this ending point here, looking at who's going to get this elim, I'll be interested to see what changes they make. Obviously, they know this was quite a stalemate for them. So surely there's going to be some tactic, maybe some different maneuvers that at least one of them will be trying to pull out so they can take that elim and get the points for their nation.
For sure. And I feel like the name of the game in regards to Dynamite is risk management. He's going to have to manage that risk because we know that he's elusive. We know that he can dodge. We know that he can stand up to Mako and not get eliminated for a full match. But now he has to try to get that elimination himself. And that's definitely going to come down to risk management. Like how many risk or how much risk do I take going for this additional tackle, additional bludger? And if that risks me getting hit, how do I manage that? That's going to be very important because um, eventually one of them is gonna get the elimination, right? So no matter how good at dodging Dynamite Cop is showing to be, he's gonna have to get that if he wants to win. Like it's not really like it doesn't matter if he survives 10 minutes or 15 minutes. If he doesn't get that elim, he's not gonna get that win. So he definitely has to see that risk management and knowing when to go all in for that kill.
Indeed, but here we are loading into what will be the sudden death matchup between the two, Dynamite Cope and Mako. Chat, put your supports in the chat.
So, I want to let you guys know what they just agreed on is every
Okay.
minute we are to move in closer and closer.
Okay, so we have like a battle royale situation going on here.
Interesting, interesting. This will be very, very cool to see how well they're able to put off on this extra pressure that they're having, closing in even further on quarter pitch.
Indeed. So right now we see that they are flying around each other, looking for their hits. Even coming out of bounds a little bit as they start trading it off, trying to look for who's going to get those good tackles in. We won't have the full HP awareness of Dynamite Cope with the POV that we have at the current moment, but we'll try to keep an eye on when he gets punched, if multiple times.
We're seeing a lot of movement here from Dynamite and a bit more stasis from Mako, really just getting a sense, watching Dynamite, looking at where he's coming at him from and using that to adjust on where he's at, waiting for him to take those tackles, waiting for him to get in his space so then he can make that counter on him. But Dynamite's still keeping his wits about him, really being able to use his dodging skills there to still pull it out.
Indeed. And as the first minute has passed, they are already closing in. Dynamite getting that first tackle. At this point, I say you just go berserk mode. You just trade punches, trade jousts, just lure Mako into you. Let him get a punch, just get a punch back, which he does right there. He is at Mako at half health now. Basically, in Dynamite Cope. At this point, Mako, though, might be playing more conservative rather than aggressive. As he sits in the corner and regains his HP.
Definitely. With this being a one elim stake now, they are going to be a bit more reserved, I would expect. Them, of course, wanting to weigh that risk as we, discussed earlier. Both of them here trading tackles, or attempts at least, on each other, back and forth. As we close in on this space, it's going to be even harder for them to maintain that reservation against each other.
Dynamite taking a hit right there after having a hit on Mako that is already regened. And as the walls get closer in on them, it's going to be very tough. Dynamite now at half HP. But hitting Mako, what a risky tackle to go for, pays off. And they're just continually going back and forth. Dynamite starting to regen his HP. Now Mako has regen, both at full health again. They're going to have to be mindful of the boundaries. Now here at the end with 3 minutes and a half remains.
Looks like they are just reserved to the hoop end of the pitch now, making this a much, much tighter space, making it a bit more difficult to make a lot of these large swing outs that we've been seeing from Dynamite, though he does seem to be using the height of the area in which they're working with to his advantage a little bit, but he gets elimed right there by Mako.
Mako with finally the elimination on our second OT game, earning more points for the Earth Nation. Big points for the Earth Nation right now. That might even possibly tie them up with Water Nation. They are going back and forth right now on these scoreboards. And congratulations to Mako on that. What a fight. GG's in the chats.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was definitely something that we saw there. Saw a lot more from Mako on the more reactive side there on that last one. Dynamite, really trying to take a lot of wide angles, a lot of evasive maneuvers up and downs, trying to swing out and around him. But I think Mako's tracking of him really did pull this in for him at the end.
It did, yes. And definitely just being able, knowing how to take advantage of those close spaces, knowing that he can't move around as much. Mako, as you pointed out, Mitchie, at the beginning of this battle, you know, Mako was sitting a bit more, not still, but definitely more grounded, more centered. Maybe that works well for him on the Earth Nation, and really paying more attention to Dynamite Cope's movements. And just as the battlefield closed in on them, it seemed like Mako had figured it out, got 3 quick swipes on him, and it was over. So Mako will be taking match one of round 2, and next will be ADH Decent and Malacosis.
So just to let you guys know, Malacosis has forfeit the rest of his matches, so we will be moving on to the next one.
All right, ADH Decent will be taking a win on there, which then brings the next one to be the only Scourge in Alpha Tots. And that should be a good one, knowing how well Scourge handled his first match against Jim Tones. Unfortunately, Scourge letting in that final kill for Jim at the end of the first regulation and then losing it in OT. Though definitely was quite a surprise knowing that's Scourge, not the beater main. We'll have to see if that tussle with Jim Tones will come into play here against Tux.
Absolutely. And that's also a question that I have there for you. Having seen both of these players already in this first round, right? Having already been used to this space here that they're working with, having seen a couple of different scenarios with them, especially, as you mentioned, Scourge holding out until the very end, and then Tux getting so many of those. We saw 4 elims there on KD. How do you expect to see both of them take strategy into going against each other?
Well, I think Scourge has to be careful about not tackling into the wall so that Tux just doesn't have that continuous closed space on them. I do believe that was what worked so well for Tux, was he just continually was able to have closed space on missed tackles from KD. So here Scourge has to just be very, very cautious of how Tux is using that. Tux is not moving a whole lot unless he is chasing. And so on the side of Scourge, you're just going to have to space out and maybe try to bait Tux into, you know, dodging one way or the other, knowing that he's not going to be moving as much when he dodges because he's more anticipating that you'll miss tackle off of it. So it definitely will be interesting to see if Scourge is able to pick that up. They go into Durhamstrang. I guess that is a proper place to have a good battle as they are facing off doing their Western shootouts here at high noon to start this off, waiting for the boundaries to be closed in. And now they are off. Tux taking the bludger throw, Scourge summoning his. And it looks like that did hit Tux. Tux now going to be in that half HP range. Scourge looking to probably get aggressive here. Tux already regen back to full HP.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of really close slips here with Scourge just barely slipping past Tux and multiple of these attempts here with him still getting a shot on him anyways. And we are now seeing Scourge at below a third of his health. So he's going to want to be a bit more reserved or evasive here. But we're seeing him still get shots here on Tux. It really could still be anything with both of them now in the red. Scourge regaining some HP.
Indeed, Scourge has regained. Now it's up to Tux to try to survive. Tux taking advantage of Scourge punching into the wall. Now Tux is full HP. He waits for Scourge to take a dodge. Scourge able to protect himself with the bludger. And there they joust. You see they're trying to joust back and forth, trying to both try to take that hit off each other, get that little bit of hitbox advantage going in. Tux, though, summoning more bludgers that we had saw in the previous fights. Looks like he's trying to take some of that to his advantage. Tux right there punching the bludger away after taking a dodge that would have otherwise kept him from staying away from it. Just good awareness on Tux's part. And they're just spinning in circles here, bitchy.
Yeah, it does look like they are doing quite a bit of diving over and under each other here. Picking up on each other's mannerisms quite a bit. We're seeing, as you mentioned, a few more bludgers from Tux here, but also from Scourge as well. Scourge really doing his best to keep his eyes on Tux and the movements that he's making, still trying to get an upper hand on him if possible, though they are still jousting back and forth, taking each other hit for hit.
Indeed, right now Tux having a little bit of the advantage while Scourge here in the red HP. Ooh, Tux very close to getting that closing tackle. Scourge getting another side swipe on Tux as he regains his HP. Right now, Tux might be somewhere near that half HP mark. Ooh, taking a hit by a bludger right there. We could see the redness around Tux. He is low. He is somewhere in that 3 or less HP.
Scourge
Scourge
is
in
really
that
low.
red. Yeah. Getting very, very tough as we go for it. Neo, what do you think so far? They've been trading bludgers and punches. They've both gotten each other in the red multiple times, but neither have quite gotten the other to go all the way down yet.
Well, it's a match worthy of these two players. We've seen Scourge and Tux unleash violence and doing some great dodges on the previous match. I would say this match is doing honor to all that talent they showcased. As we see Scourge go red, though, red HP, and Tux make it an elimination here. Um, but it's been a beautiful battle for everyone to see. Two talented beaters. Scourge is showing that even though beater is his least played role, that he can still dish out that violence against anyone. So yeah, a beautiful match of very talented players.
As they take a joust right there, Scourge trying to take advantage of the tackle baiting, just didn't quite get it on one of those attempts. As Tux able to take advantage, throws a bludger backwards. Scourge half HP, Tux at full right now, taking advantage of Scourge flying into the wall again. And Scourge at that 2 HP. Just got to be very careful about if those tackles are going to land you into a wall. Tux is taking advantage nearly every time with those situations. And it's up to someone to take advantage back. Getting that tackle on him, stopping that region here for half health. Right now, it looks like Tux is able to having a lot of control of the situation right now, Bitchy.
Yeah, it does look like he is really keeping his tracking on point of Scourge. He is really looking for where he is going, what it is that he is predicting that he is going to be taking at him, the hits that he's going to be taking, the direction, the angle that he's coming from. And so far, it's been working out pretty well, though Scourge has been getting stunned. He's been getting hit by bludgers, as we just saw. He's been getting hit by tackles. He still has been doing an incredible job continuing to maintain evades on him, even at and especially at low health.
Indeed, Scourge has just done everything he can to survive. Tux on hot pursuit. As Scourge is so low, he takes a swipe, but he doesn't quite get it. Scourge keeping that movement up as best he can, trying to hit him with that bludger. That has been a pretty good success point, is hitting Tux with the bludgers. They are now both at full. Sorry, Tux is not at full HP. Scourge has regened. It probably won't be too much longer before Tux is at that full HP mark. And he is now. Just a mastery of positioning. Even if Tux is getting a little bit of the better of the overall situation, it only matters on who gets the elim. And right now, neither are getting it with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, and I was about to say that to me, from what we've seen so far, the hardest thing that's going on is when the other beater is low on HP and you have to go for that elim. That is the hardest thing to do because the other beater is gonna be on run mode, flight mode. So they are gonna do everything they can to not get hit. And I feel like that's where a lot of these non-eliminations are happening, where the other players go really low, but they just cannot seal the deal. So we'll see if the players can get used to that and figure ways out to just land that final tackle that gets them that elimination.
Indeed. Going into our third OT game here in the Trials of Fire. Second one for Scourge specifically. It has been a very, very strategic battle every time Scourge has been in. Very fun to watch. So I'm sure they'll get that set up soon and wonder if they will have any specialty rules like they did with Mako and Dynamite.
Also, a quick reminder to everyone to just stand up, stretch out, get something to drink, get something to eat. We've been going for a while. So don't forget to stay hydrated and, get some stretches in. I got myself something to eat, so I'm enjoying that. And I hope you guys also are staying well fed and well properly hydrated.
Indeed. And also don't forget about the trial of waters by posting your clips on the QC Discord, Twitter, or the Quidditch Champions Pro subreddit, tagging L7 in it, and letting them know what nation you are representing for some extra points. As
Hell
we
yeah,
go into OT.
Fire Nation, let's get posting. Let's light that subreddit up for sure. And yes, we are loading in to see how this concludes the fight between Tux and Scourge. Yeah, let's see. It's gonna be a good one.
Tux right now going ahead and set up for his high noon draw against Scourge. And they are off. Scourge not able to take advantage of the missed tackle by Tux. They both take a swing at each other and miss. Tux taking advantage of the wall. Actually, he didn't quite hit it, but he gets that one. Gotta remember, Scourge, gotta stay away from the wall on this one. Tux getting punched there. Scourge trying to get those reverse bludgers. Actually, quite a lot of reverse bludgers have been happening here, Dio. It's the one thing we thought may not happen as much, but we've actually seen mostly reverse bludgers, I would say.
Yeah, they are pulling it off for sure. They can pull it off. They've shown it, so it's good to see that that tech is still usable in these high level matches.
Scourge giving Tux a little bit of his own medicine, finding him on the wall, getting that punch in. At this point, if I'm Scourge, yep, there you go. You just joust it. You have the HP advantage. Just go in there and joust it. Tux at 2 HP. Right now, Scourge, though, low HP as well. Almost getting the elim there. Both recovering their HP going into this. Tux caught on the wall. Scourge finally picking it up, the strategy. As he regens, though, he gets his punch on Scourge on the wall. At this point, the beater's touching the wall is just not a good idea. Everyone stay off the wall. Off the wall. It's listen to the broadcaster. Get off the wall. It's not working. Tuck's running away, half HP. Tuck's able to take advantage as he's full HP now. Scourge taking a little bit of hits. Ooh, they're not taking advantage of each other on the wall now. The wall has lost some magic.
Yeah, I'm just wondering at which point it becomes, that hard to get 3 or 4 hits on the other beater. Oh, wow. Okay, we see both beaters going down on HP. We may see the final joust if they go for it. Scourge is a bit lower than Tux, but he's going in for it. And now Tux is in the
Ooh.
red. Oh my god, this maybe goes to the end.
If Scourge can find it, and
There
he
it
does!
is! Scourge getting the final elim, taking this overtime match for the Air Nation. Wow, incredible. Initial thoughts, guys, immediately coming out of that.
That was a breeze. Air Nation for the win.
I'm disappointed with the result, but the truth is that was an incredible match to watch. And Scourge is Scourge Dynamite co-op, even though Dynamite didn't get the win against Mako, he put up a fight. So I'm just surprised about this you know, maybe non-beater mains, non-specialty beater for hundreds of hours players who are just coming up and making a ruckus of this event, and you love to see it. We always love a surprise and to see a new facet or a new play style from players that we already know. So yeah, keep it coming, guys. Amazing performances.
Absolutely. This is such a good, I mean, a long matchup. These overtime ones have been long and tedious, but after so much time and Scourge being on the threat of dying at 2 or 1 HP over and over again, he was able to find his way and finally get that elim on Tux, which is no easy task. And now we get in a situation where we're going to have Jim Tones versus KD Tox to end out round 2, match 4. Once they get set up. I do know that Tux was running a 505 beater build that last matchup. I saw him change it last second before going into that. Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out the way that he wanted to, but nonetheless, a good efforts.
Yeah, and this next coming match is gonna be a good one. We know that Jim Tone's a very aggressive seeker. Beater. We'll see how Katie handles that aggression. We saw her against Stocks, having a bit taking a bit of time to handle the hits that Stocks was putting on her. So we will see if that experience she can take it into this match and just be able to handle Jim Tone's also aggressive playstyle a bit better and come out with a win for the Water Nation. What are you thinking about this one, Fly? It's gonna be a good one for sure.
Well, I'm wondering if they've been listening to this broadcast, they may stay off the wall. That's just gonna be my mantra for this whole thing. If you touch the wall, it's over. No, but yeah, this will be a pretty good matchup. Uh, Jim Tones for the Fire Nation, Katie Talks for the Water Nation. If Katie kind of learned from her last matchup for those side swipes and just trying to keep it close, we know Jim tried to close in that space on Scourge, and it eventually, after a long, tough battle, did work out in his favor. But we do know that Jim has been getting pretty good elimination rates still, whereas the last one was super dragged out. So it'll be interesting to see how Katie adjusts to this situation here against Jim Tones.
Absolutely. And I just want to give a shout out to my fire peeps, to the gaslighters, to the burners, to the incendio people, that we are 25 points away from the Air Nation, which means that if Jim Tones gets the win, yeah, gaslighters, don't ask. If Jim Tones
I
gets
saw
the
that too.
win, we are gonna surpass the Air Nation and reclaim our throne as the best nation in QCMania. So let's go, Jim Tones. You know, I'm biased, but fire it up, Pivot Ignis, and um, yeah, no, fire and blood. Let's go. Let's get it.
Yeah, here's where Neo is gaslighting you. The points from the previous win have not been tallied for the Air Nation yet. They are over 7,000 points at the current moment.
Who cares? We
Uh,
burn bright, we burn strong, and we will light it up.
I
No
just
one
gotta
cares.
tame the fire a little bit. I gotta tame the fire a little bit here.
Don't put out my fire. You're
And
air. You're supposed to like enhance my fire. You know, not put it out
listen,
like that. Come
I'm blowing it back. You're trying to spread across the forest. I'm blowing you past. I'm blowing the opposite direction you want to go at the current
on.
moment.
Don't
Air
worry,
Air
mirror of
Air
time. Mirror of time.
Air Nation has a at least 125-point safety that's or 150-point safety that going into this, but it is still close, and a win here by Jim Tones would be very big. We do have a new tally of the scores. They're saying that right now the
Let's
updated
go,
one is
Fire Nation,
7,100
first
for
place.
Fire Nation.
Ivan Ignis. What's up, Fly? I didn't hear that. What? Oh, what, bro? Dude, they need to stop. They're gaslighting me now. They're changing the
Oh,
scoreboard
you
right
said the
now.
gaslighters. You
Yeah,
said shout out to the
they're
gaslighters. This is what you
you know
get
now
for it.
they're gaslighting me. Okay, we need updated scoreboard right now to see the Fire Nation on top. Hopefully,
We will get that updated scoreboard here momentarily. I do
hell yeah.
believe that the Earth Nation may have surpassed. Oh, nope. Okay, so if this is the updated tallies, then it is 7,100 points for the Fire Nation, Air Nation at 7,075, Water Nation at something. I don't know. We keep getting teased here.
Oh my
We don't. We don't.
god.
We don't know what the truth is. We can't handle the truth.
So the
The
scores currently are Fire Nation with 7,100, Air Nation with 7075, Water Nation with 5675, and Earth Nation with 5600.
Let's
right.
go, Fire Nation! Light it up, light it up,
This just goes
light
to
it up, light it
prove
up.
that streaming counts.
Hell yeah.
Listen, the broadcasters is just trying to play with the emotions of the Air and the Fire Nation, but it's okay. We need the Fire Nation to believe that they have their little bit of lead. It's just like a secret race. The Air Nation will bump their way back into the lead momentarily. Don't you worry, chat. Don't
It
you
seems that
worry.
the air is going out, like so it's okay. My condolences, but fire rules right now. We are burning. Come on, chat. Let's get some fires in. I'll put them myself. Let's get some fire emojis. Let's go.
All right, make sure you get your gambles in, chat, for your core shards. We need to see everyone in here gamble it all. Gamble it all, chats. Time Twister says his back hurts carrying Earth Nation so early. The Time Twister needs some help. Mako needs to enter more Earth competitions, apparently. Theo gambled all and he lost all his cores. Time Twister gambled it all and lost all his cores.
Yeah, we had 3 entire losses in a row. So let's just say that probably wait a bit before gambling because the gambling bot is not it right now. They're making us lose all our savings.
Nope, I
The house
believe
is taking all of our shards.
it's taking all my
Fly
shards.
lost everything too. Okay, Michi, your turn. Come on, Michi. You got this.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn?
Yes, yes,
It
it
is
is.
indeed your turn.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Jim also
See,
lost
Oh.
everything.
and the chances are getting better for you, Bitchy. At some point, it's gotta be a win, right? At some point here. Oh,
Oh,
Katie
KD
talks
won. Nice.
one, and
I
so
also
does
Mitchie as
won.
well.
win.
All right. I'm sitting pretty.
Hell yeah.
We got some
Scourge
wins.
got a win. There we go. There we go. Right now, Katie possibly leading all core shard holders at 1,240. I don't know. I think if you do exclamation point rank, it'll tell you where you are in the leaderboard. Ari gambled it all on Scourge. We may have some premonition that Scourge will not win. Oh, it is just exclamation point points will show you. Angel with 670 points puts them at 6 of 67. Shoney gambling all, doubling his cores. Let's go. Air, you have none to gamble. Theo
Yeah,
also
we're
has nothing to gamble. Shoney gambling 500. Oh, the bot may have saved him. The bot was on cooldown, and Olympus View went to the gamble and lost all their cores. Katie
Yeah, we're
at
seeing so many people go broke right now.
Shoney trying to get that Stream Elements cooldown, although for whatever reason it's not working for him. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like your number. Just go all in. Katie has gone all in and won. Oh, there
Rip.
it is. All 520 lost by Shoney. Could you imagine if Earth Nation gambled all their points and doubled? Imagine.
Oh, Katie lost
and
everything. as
Katie
well,
lost
man.
it all. She lost the house. She lost the family.
Ari as well. Rip.
She lost the car. She's declaring bankruptcy. Do you earn core shards from chatting? Yeah, I think it's based on the amount of time that you're in. It may not be from chatting. You may gain more from chatting, but I know it's just like time being in stream counts. Gloss lost it all. Does anyone have any points left? Does anyone have points at this point? What's the point if we have no points?
Can we get the house shard count?
The house shard guy, yeah. How many core shards are even out there for us to work with here? Do I lose points from pausing stream during your matches? Just mute the stream. You'll be fine. Wait. Oh, okay. Angel has 671 core shards, ranking 4th on the leaderboard. You need the FPS. Is your Chrome or Firefox or Microsoft Edge causing FPS for your game? I think you need to look into that, KD. If your web browser is causing FPS for your game, I think that's a maybe. Didn't you just build a whole brand new computer too? Don't you have like a 5080 graphics card? What is wrong, KD? How much memory did you put in that thing? How much RAM do you have? Google Chrome is known to eat RAM, though. Yeah, get off the Chrome. Go to Firefox or Opera or any other browser that's actually useful, except for Microsoft Edge. Can someone donate to the poor? I would if I could. Sounds like Chrome. 4070 Ti Super. Firefox legit. That's what I'm saying, ADHD. So Firefox is goated. I say with like 12 tabs open, yeah, I'm the same. I won't even lie. I'll have like 20 tabs open at once. Not even organized.
And it seems we're waiting until we're out of the 41 range. So the match will be starting soon. We're going to see Jim Dones go up against K Detox in a match that will definitely bring the fire and the. Is that the water? Yeah, the water. Well, we have a clash for the ages: water versus fire. Jim Dones versus K Detox. It's anyone's game. It's really hard to predict. What I can predict though is that there's going to be a lot of aggression and violence on this one.
Absolutely. There'll be the back and forth will be good. These two beaters are very familiar with each other. Played a lot of games against each other. So we'll see if how much that familiarity comes into play here. ADHD Decent going for a big gamble. Unfortunately, it doesn't get it. Dingy losing his.
We've seen every single person in chat lose their charts. It's been a beautiful. We all share the same experience, and Dama wins 35. He has 35 now core charts. Good job, dude.
Just remember, chat, the more you gamble, the more you're closer to when you'll actually win. So just keep gambling, chat.
Hell yeah.
You can't win shards if you don't gamble the shards.
Exactly. Shintasu getting a gamble in, winning an extra 360 core shards. There, that 720. Cut out the chin.
And we are in the match now. They are gonna set up the barriers, and then we're gonna have this great beat off between K Detox and Jim Tones. It's gonna be a really good match to watch as Jim is doing some laps around the hoops.
Getting through the rings. Right now, it looks like they are beginning. Jim taking the first strike as Katie fought into the wall. Imagine that. Jim throwing a free hand bludger. Jim getting another punch on KD, and he's trying to close that gap in on her. Getting another one. KD low HP. And Jim just waiting it out. KD from above. Jim takes it for the first elim of the match.
I think we're seeing some similar situations here with KD being a bit closer to the ground or the wall. Really in these cases, especially, when you need to be as evasive as possible in this short space, it might be to an advantage to stay a bit more up in the air. What would you guys think about that assessment?
I agree. The more space you have to evade around, the better. Honestly, just any dodge direction you can get. But KD did win the joust there a second ago.
Yeah, I also agree. I feel like when you're closer to the ground, just not being able to dodge down as if you were in the air definitely limits your options. And KD gets another hit, and Jim returns the favor with a hit of his own. They are going for that joust, as we predicted, a very violent match so far. They are both low HP. KD's in the red. Jim still has a bit more HP, but she's getting that regen. And KD goes down again. Yes, I think
Nope, she's not down yet.
Oh,
She's at
you're
1
right.
HP. There she goes.
I'm
Now she
blind.
goes
Yeah,
down.
there she goes. Yeah. But yeah, very violent match so far. They are trading blows. Something that is commendable, I feel, from Katie is that she is going for it. She's not shying away from just trading blows. And the violence is there. It's been a good match so far. Very intense in the tackle department.
Indeed, they are just going at it. Nothing left behind on the table. Right now, Jim trading blows between the two. He's going to intercept that bludger and freehand it right back. Right now, Katie on hot pursuit from behind. They joust again, trading blows. And right now, Jim winning that last joust, getting the hitbox advantage. Katie at half health. But Katie now winning that joust. She lost no HP, but she is now on the wall. They're both on the wall. And they
They're
both are able to pick it out.
they're definitely going at it. Like you just see the constant tackles, even when one misses, the other one is tackling. Vice versa, they're throwing the bludgers at each other, throwing them back. They're just really going at it, and I feel like Katie is also being a bit more offensive than on that last match against Dogs. She is, taking a bit less time to set up her hits, which is providing for like a really good fight of trade-offs. Right now she's low on HP though, and she goes down as she was preparing a tackle against Jim, and Jim gets hit by a rogue bludger. So his HP is a bit low right now.
I think Jim flew into that purposely. Jim did hit a pretty sweet uh, backwards freehand bludger that set up for that elim for him to be up 3-0. As they're constantly looking for those joust trades. Very much playing the hitbox game here. Katie getting a good swipe there. Both full HP as we go into the final minute and a half.
Yeah, and Katie's putting up a fight. I feel like she has been a bit unlucky when it comes to the eliminations because she's definitely going for it. She has definitely gotten some hits on Jim. It's just that the timing, I feel like the difficulty has been getting consecutive hits to get that elimination, but she has definitely also been able to put the damage on Jim Tones.
Indeed. Starting the joust there. Jim won the last hitbox little battle. Katie so is at half health. She's looking to try to take advantage, find a way to get back into this battle. Jim on hot pursuit finds the angle to drop down a tackle. Katie trading one right back.
And he hits Frank. I don't know if accidentally, but Frank gets a hit there. Um, as the fight keeps going, they've been trading hits with now 18 seconds left. Jim Tones is gonna take this one, but we'll see if Katie can get one elimination or if Jim Tones can. Um, she's red HP right now, so he may get that kill with 5 seconds left.
Ooh, and he just tackled upwards to try to for it. But here in sudden death, he will get another kill, but that will be the game ultimately. A 3-0 victory for Jim Tones.
Hell
And
yeah.
more points for the Fire Nation.
And the fire burns bright. Let's go, people. Light it up, blaze it up. Let's get it. Get the fire in. We are in the lead right now with this victory as well. We secured a bit. Jim Tones versus Katie. A very good match filled with hits, violence. So, Michi, how did you see this match? Like, I feel like we saw a lot of attempts at tackles, a lot of hits, bludgers. I feel like we really saw a lot of violence on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw quite a few elims there again, maybe just a little bit of the positioning advantage that Jim had over Katie. And a lot of those we saw where she did get elimed quite a few times there. Really being an error in the positioning there. But I think that ultimately, Jim's awareness of exactly, what angle it was needed to take to get some of those tackles off. You're right, to really play that hitbox, I think was really, really important in this one. And they both took advantage of their knowledge of what that is, getting some really good trade-offs on some tackles, but also seeing a lot of bludger trade-offs back and forth as well, getting a couple of hits there. I think this was a great show of Jim's ability to really take his knowledge of not only the game, but also the knowledge of how his opponent plays, really being able to predict, make those slight movements that are needed so then he can make his slip past and still come back and get those elims over KD.
Yeah, it's been a very good match to watch. We've seen like a lot of high level beater plays on these matches, and most like they can honestly go either way. It's a lot of it comes down to details like getting that last tackle. Because KD, as I said during the match, definitely got some tackles in as well, some hits. Just had some a bit of issues going for the full elimination, right? But we did see her land some tackles mostly, I think.
Absolutely. And, we did see a little bit of some similar gameplay from their earlier matches, as far as positioning, that did end up being an advantage that the Jim was able to pull over. But what we also saw was a little bit more of that aggressive jousting from both of them, really taking in, going against each other, back and forth, taking advantage of that hitbox awareness. And, slamming in those hits back to back to back. Of course, this one did go in favor of Gym Tones, but I think really both beaters so far have continued to be quite consistent with their movement patterns. Throwing in some extra movement here and there from both of them. Some evasive maneuvers, trying to really throw each other off. But I think ultimately Jim's tracking of KD and his prediction of her movements, where she was going to be, was very beneficial for him in getting this win.
Yeah, and predicting the movement of the opposing beater is very important for sure to land those tackles, and even to dodge. If you know that he's coming to get the tackle in, it's also good to be prepared for that dodge. And we're gonna have the last three matches before we go to our semifinals. They are. This is gonna be a big one, Chad. ADH Decent versus Macoon or Mako. That is going to be one for the ages. Then we have the Only Scourge versus KD Talks and Jim Tones versus Alpha Talks. Okay, Michi, ADH Decent versus Mako. That's just the level of aggression in that match is going to be off the charts. What are we thinking about this one?
Absolutely. Knowing how both of these two perform just in a standard 6v6 match, seeing them in their element, I know seeing both of these two go head to head is going to be aggression city. They are, of course, going to be wanting to fill each other out just a little bit at the beginning, but I think what we're going to see pretty quick off the jump is some tackles coming out. Definitely a lot of those jousting back and forth, really utilizing their knowledge of what their hitbox is and also their positioning, doing a lot more tracking. We saw Mako doing a lot of tracking in these previous matches that he's done, really taking advantage of utilizing the utilizing his ability to see where the other beater is going, to guess where they're gonna be, and to use his knowledge, that pattern recognition, to his advantage. But we also see with ADH Decent as well, somebody who's very good at being able to counter, to make those evades that help him to be able to come back around and get those shots that really help to boost him toward getting to the place where he's at. So I think looking at this match, it's going to be very evenly matched, but we are going to see plenty of violence from both of them.
Absolutely. And ADH Decent, a beater that is well known for his well timed dodges when he goes on a joust against other beaters, and Mako known for his aggression. So we could be also like, that invincible shield versus like the strongest sword or something like that. But in this case, they are both swords. Honestly, they're just gonna go at it, and I feel like we're gonna see a match of relentless violence. Like the tackles are gonna be coming in. We'll see how much they use bludgers though, because they're both very good tacklers, and we'll see how they utilize the bludgers in this case, or if they go towards a more close quarters approach and just go ham with the tackling.
Absolutely, and we're coming into it. We've got that match point there set, and it looks like they're getting set up to get into this face off.
For sure. And we have the Fire Nation versus the Earth Nation. We will see if Fire can increase their lead and secure the top spot so far, or if the Earth Nation makes an earthquake off the leaderboard and changes things up. As we see that both Mako and ADHD are not full HP anymore, they're trading blows right now, and we see how they're going for ADHD for the bludger and Mako trying to get those tackles in. I feel like movement is going to be super important on this one, right? They're both so experienced that just the most little imperfect movement can get you hit on this one.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a lot from both of them right now is continuous movement. Not a whole lot of stops. Definitely using some dodges for repositioning and ensuring that they're blocking out, but they are still trading some hits on each other there. Looking like Mako got a hit there on ADH Decent while he was close to the wall. But we are seeing, you're right, them using this experience, their ability to understand, obviously, that when you make that tackle and you miss that tackle is a very vulnerable state for them to be in. With this being such a close quarters pitch as well, it's going to be even more important for them to make the right decision every time they move to avoid that hit. ADH Decent now being extremely low on his health, well below a third, with only a few HP left, trying to regain some health and avoid some hits from Mako.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I also saw Mako in red HP. I don't know if he got the region already, but they are definitely trading in the shots, and also, well, Decent manages to get that region, and I assume that Mako as well, as he gets another tackle. This is really a match where they are trading blows off, like they are going at it, they're going ham. Now Mako gets hit. We'll see if Decent can turn this into an elimination as he gets hit again with a tackle by Mako. He dodges a bludger, and it's just full on violence non-stop. They're trying to close the gap between each other constantly and also time the bludgers when there's just a tiny bit of space so they can use it. But I feel like they are maximizing every second they have on this match. They're utilizing the space and the timing to their advantage. As Decent gets hit again, Mako is not full HP, so they're still quite even HP wise. We will see if any of them can turn this into an elimination as they both keep dodging and moving on the pitch to dodge each other. And you can just see the experience. They're managing their hits, they're managing their dodges, they're doing it really well. And it's I feel like this may be a low elimination game, Michi.
Absolutely, I think you are pretty much nailing that one on your statement there, because it does look like they are continually getting each other down to that low HP range and then being able to hit those evades and really regen, as we just saw happen there with ADH Decent. I think that when you have two very experienced beaters like this, it is a it is very likely that there are going to be less eliminations here, especially because they're both using very similar play styles, and trying to counter each other as much as possible, but still really just keeping that trade off going.
Absolutely. And we see Decent go down. Decent goes down, and Mako gets the first elimination in the match. Could be the only one, or maybe Decent will come and light up the pitch as the Fire Nation often does. He's coming back to the fray. Mako got the first elimination, but everything's not over yet. We see him throw a bludger, which Mako dodges, and they're just going ham. They're going at it, bludgers, tackles. They are also dodging really well, but constantly trying to close the gap between each other to get those tackles in. A very good beater match if I've seen one. And Mako gets hit now, but it's just really hard to get so many consecutive hits on such good beaters. You know, they keep dodging, so getting one elimination even is really something to commend for them, because it's not easy to get that many hits on Mako or Decent.
Absolutely. And, we're seeing a lot here from ADH Decent, really trying his best, hitting as many attempts to bump Mako as he possibly can. Because knowing that in order for him to keep this tied up, in order for him to continue to, have the opportunity to get points for his nation, he's going to have to take those attempts and hopefully get them. But we're seeing Mako continually maintaining his evasive maneuvers, still taking some hits from ADH Decent, but for the most part, really maintaining his distance, keeping his awareness of when ADH Decent is moving and utilizing that to his advantage, keeping him going, swirling around in circles.
Absolutely, and Mako knows that he has the advantage as he got the elimination, so he can probably play a bit more conservatively now and just focus on not dying, which would make it even harder to get an elimination on him. With 1 minute remaining, Decent has to go all in right now. Time is now. He has to blaze it up, light it up, burn the pitch, just do everything his power to be able to get that elimination against the Earth Nation, for which Makun is getting those points with that one elimination he got on Decent. We talked about this game maybe being a low elimination game, and it's proving to be true so far.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, really looking at how things are panning out with the end of this match here, it does look like Mako is really taking on that reserve spot. He is just doing everything he can to avoid taking those hits from Decent. He is doing everything in his power. Decent is to still get some hits on Mako, getting a couple tackles here and there, but really still just struggling to nail those on him at the last second there with all those evades that he's pulling out.
And the match ends with a win for the Earth Nation. Mako wins with one elimination against ATH Decent, as predicted, a low elimination match, but a really fun one regardless. We saw a lot of violence, we saw a lot of dodges, a lot of great pathing from both beaters, and you can just see the experience as well. Both really experienced beaters. And newsflash for everyone, announcement: the Earth Nation has now taken the third position, the third spot. So the Water Nation is fourth right now. Water homies, hydro homies, you gotta step up the plate. Come on, guys, you can do it. But oh, have we been gaslighted again? Now I see Water Nation as third. But regardless, Mako got a huge win for the Earth Nation, going up against ADH Decent. This is proving to be quite a good bitter tourney, isn't it, Michi? Like, we're seeing so many talented players, and even players who are playing off role showing up. I feel like we're brewing in talent. Like, there's a lot of talent in here.
Absolutely. And, I in particular really love to see these matches where we see people who are in those off roles, or maybe even people that we haven't seen so much of. We've talked about him a lot, but looking at Time Twister in, the air trial, and then now looking at players like Dynamite, looking at Scourge, pulling out some of these wins against these players that have a bit more experience on these roles. It is really, really cool to be able to see some of these wins that are coming out of this. And I think that based on what we've seen so far, really it's still anyone's game. Looking at what could potentially be going down in the semifinals here, going into the finals as we're closing out the end of round three. I think what we're going to continue to see is even more violence. Looking at some of these matchups that we have as well. Looking now at Scourge versus KD coming up. And really knowing both of these both of these guys being on the same team, and Neo, you being quite familiar with them on that team, how do you expect to see these two face off against each other?
Well, it's always fun to see Wingardians going up against each other. In internal trainings, we've seen definitely Airy and Katie go at it at some points. Even one of the first times that I played against Wingardians, we all did like a circle in the middle of the pitch, and Katie and Airy just went at it. It was really fun. And now we're gonna see KD versus Courage. I would say that KD definitely has some advantages, being like the one that is the specialty bitter role player. Like Scourge is not a bitter main. That being said, though, Scourge has shown in this whole fire trials that he can stand up to any beaters. He has shown great movements, great pathing, great tackles, good bludgers. He has shown that he can go up against the best of them. So it's really a toss up right now. I would say that interestingly, in Katie's case, she may have gone from like the hardest challenge. I'm not gonna say to the easiest, but just like progressively, slightly maybe like that, because she faced Tox at first, right? Who had a ton of aggression. Then Jim Tones, who is also very aggressive, and now she's going for Scourge, who isn't quite as aggressive as Tox, I would say. So we will see if that is a bit more manageable in the case of KD, and she can get that win against Scourge and the Air Nation. What are you thinking about this one?
I think for me personally, looking at these two both excellent, honestly, excellent beaters. Not really seeing Scourge on beater a whole lot, but really getting the opportunity to see him do that today in full view. I think that this one could really go either way. We've seen a lot from KD. We've seen a lot from Scourge here, and especially with him pulling out that overtime win that he had. I think that we might see maybe a bit of a closer game here with KD and Scourge going against each other, having that, as you mentioned, familiarity with each other. Um, I think that we will see a bit of some closer movements, potentially some different strategy here from KD going into this third one, having looked at how she did in the previous ones. I would expect, maybe perhaps a bit of some different movements here, maybe some different positioning from both players.
For sure, and we also have gonna notice that if Scourge happens to win this match, there will be a tiebreaker for the Air Nation, and he will have to go up against his teammate, quote unquote, on the Air Nation Dynamite Cup, and they would have to have a fight because I can say bit of doesn't apply. To see who is gonna go to the semifinals representing the Air Nation. So we will see if Scourge can get the victory or if Katie will get it for the Water Nation, who is right now in need of points. We're starting to see a difference. The Earth Nation and the Air Nation are sorry, the Fire Nation and the Air Nation are up top, first and second place, and the Water Nation and Earth are a bit further behind. So they need all the points they can get, and this is a good opportunity for KD to get those points for the Water Nation, and just border up, I guess.
Absolutely. As we're setting this game up, some things that I'm expecting to see from this one is I'm expecting to see perhaps an elim from each. I would love to see KD get an elim here on Scourge just to see them trade off eliminations on each other and seeing if they can maybe pull out a 2-to-1 elim to see who determines the winner on this one. I think it would be quite interesting to see a little bit of a closing of the gap
Okay,
there.
so you want that violence on both sides. You want both sides to get
Yes.
pummeled, and so do I. Yeah, we want to see that, guys. We want to see those eliminations, those hits, those comebacks. We want to see all of that. And so far, we've been seeing some very fun matches, and this is bound to be a fun one as well. With Scourge taking on K Detox, Air Nation versus Water Nation, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how they manage it. I feel like they are using the oak shaft as well, right? Which helps with that survivability. So we will see if Katie can get her first win of the event. She's had some very good and tough matches so far, and Scourge has been putting in the work. Interestingly enough, Scourge is cosplaying as Katie, so they both have the same skin right now. They are literally the same. we are seeing twins fighting on the pitch. But yes, we're about to start as they score a goal, and we see Scorch already been hit. It's a bit choppy in there, but we can see the Scorch is not full HP, as well as KD, who has taken a hit as well, but she's regenerating really fast. Um, that's just where it comes down to, right? Getting those consecutive hits to get that elimination. And Kitty gets hit again. Scourge is putting in the work, putting in some good hits. She's very close to being red HP, very low HP if she gets hit again, but that region's gonna start popping on soon as she gets hit again and gets to 1 HP if KD gets hit once more and she goes
There it
down.
is.
Scourge getting the first elimination, and right now the Air Nation is in the lead, but anything can happen. There's still time left. We'll see if KD can get some eliminations in here and make that difference for the Water Nation.
Absolutely. We see KD coming back into it, really trying to nail in some hits on Scourge, getting at least one there on both of them trading off. Now both of them being quite even. Oh, but we get the Elim uh, on KD by Scourge again, putting him at 2 Elims.
Yes, Scourge is putting in the work. KD is having some issues that maybe adapting to Scourge's movement. I just feel like Scourge has shown some really, really good movement so far on these trials, and he's showing it once again with KD having some issues dodging the tackles that are coming from him. As we see her throw a bludger that Scourge dodges, she has been hit again, but so is Scourge. They're not full HP. She gets another hit in, and Scourge is really locking in. He's going at it, and he's going ham against KD as she tries to get a tackle, but misses. And Scourge is right now, I feel, he's kind of dominating the movement. I would feel like he's just. It seems like KD's having some issues following his pathing in general, Michi.
Yeah, it does. Looks like she's having to try to be a bit more reactive. Really, doing her best to try and evade side to side, but still, staying quite low to the ground, quite close to the wall there, taking an extra, second there to readjust and move around is definitely being taken advantage of by Scourge in this one.
Yes, and as some of the chat are mentioning, in the first elimination, I think that we did see a trade-off. They both went down, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
it's 20-10 right now. Scourge is still on the lead, but KD just needs one more elimination to take this to overtime or sudden death. We will see if she can get that elimination on Scourge, who is playing, as elusive as always. But the fact that KD got that elimination just shows that she can do it again. She can still put in the work, and she can get that one elimination she needs to tie this match, Michi.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think if she continues, to keep her wits about her, really paying attention to her positioning, where she's at, maybe not staying in the same place for too long, she can still pull out this Elim to tie things up.
For sure. And we see her being low HP again, 1 HP, as Scourge keeps getting those hits. Scourge showing a violence that I didn't know he had in him, but our very friendly keeper is now becoming a menacing, violent beater, getting eliminations left and right on every opponent he has faced. He's done really well this tourney. And KD is trying to get that Elim as well, but having some issues with Scourge's movement. He's just moving really well, and he gets another elimination, which makes it 30-10. Air Nation is winning. Water Nation needs 2 eliminations to try to make a comeback and get a tie, but it's looking really hard with the way Scourge is moving right now. Would you say that that movement is being the key here, Michi? What are you thinking so far about this one?
Absolutely. It is definitely a mix of movement and positioning. We've been seeing a lot of these opportunities where they are catching each other on trade offs or KD is, maybe readjusting, and Scourge takes that extra half second that she's using to gain some distance on her and get within range of hitting her, which definitely has been working to his advantage. But we see both of them kind of taking this low road approach where they're really evenly trying to come at each other from a very level field, tackling into the wall, tackling into the ground. We're seeing a lot, and Scourge gets another elim there on KD Talks, putting him at 4 elims.
Yes, 40 to 10 for eliminations against one. Scourge taking the lead. And I have to say, it must be something seeing Scourge having KD's skin. He literally is looking the same as her, and they are going at it. This has been a very good match. Scourge's movement has been really good as well. And Katie seems to have some problems with getting that elimination. She has gotten some hits in as just now, so she can definitely get some hits in, but just getting that full on elimination is proving to be really hard for her right now. Scourge is in red HP though, and she almost gets that tackle. Would have been huge for her. Scourge is regaining a bit of HP. KD as well. She was low before, and the battle rages on. Scourge is low HP, and she gets an elimination, 40 to 20 for eliminations to 2. KD gets an elimination on Scourge. I don't know how much time is left. Oh, 10 seconds.
Mm.
But she definitely had a really good performance against Scourge. Scourge is proving to be a tough cookie to handle, but Katie got 2 eliminations on him, which are definitely a show of her talent. Just a very good match in general.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it really was kind of taking that prediction that we had there at the beginning, that that hope that she would get some elims in there, I think really paid off for her. She still managed to get 2 on Scourge, though he managed to get 4. Are there any things in particular that you could maybe identify really put Scourge over in this one?
I would say movement. I would say that Scourge was quote unquote in charge in the sense that the way he moved made him decide when they were adjusting, when he was out of sight and reach to regen, when he just didn't want to be close to KD. I just feel like his movement dictated all of it because KD had a lot of issues getting those tackles consecutively to get that elimination because he was that good at dodging, just that good at going away. But when he wanted to close the gap, he just went in and went ham and got those consecutive tackles and got the elimination. And then he would pull back again when he was low HP. I just feel like his movement allowed him to be really in control of what was happening on the pitch. What about you? What did you see? Any key aspects for this match that you saw, Michi?
Definitely. I think, mentioning the movement is extremely important, to really pay attention here, because I think that that movement boost really did help Scourge put him over on here. But I think also what we saw from him as well was his ability to make those quick slips past her, his evade ability on some of those. While they traded off quite a bit and she still got some elims on him, I think his ability to really understand, where she's going to be coming from, and adjusting to that, I think really helped to allow him to keep some distance whenever they weren't in that jousting arena with each other there. But I think also something that came to his benefit really was just the awareness, his awareness of exactly what the timing was needed for some of those tackles or some of those bludgers to come through, and being aware of the timing that KD was utilizing as well. Really watching her movements, watching where she was at, how long it was taking for her to be able to, make some of those movements out from where she was, did come back to help Scourge and benefit him, I think, toward getting this win.
Absolutely, and I feel like Scourge also had the slight advantage that being on Wingardians, he's definitely seen Katie playing Beater a lot, whereas we haven't seen Scourge really play a lot of Beater. We've seen him sometimes, but there's not like a lot of information of his actual play style as Beater. As where with Katie, we've seen her in countless matches doing the beating for her teams, and it was just a very good match. I think that also Scourage's experience in the different roles just may have played a part in here as well. You can just tell that he's very knowledgeable of the game and the way that movement can influence moments. I would say he picks his timing really well. He knows when to go in, he knows when to come out, he can predict what the other person is gonna do and just stay on top of it. And I feel like he's definitely quite the adversary in these fire trials. He, who knows, like I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to an eventual final or something, Michi.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at this next face off that we're gonna see here, looking at Jim versus Tux, we've seen some really impressive gameplay from them so far. We've seen a lot of evasive maneuvers, some low elims on some of these as well, really taking advantage of their knowledge of movement on the broom, of knowing exactly how far they can go to be able to get the advantage over the other person. So I think what we're going to see here is maybe another low elim match. We may even see an overtime again, as we've seen with them already. So I'm expecting quite a bit more strategy from them, but also really knowing these two, I think we'll see some really good brawls that could end in elims.
Definitely.
Absolutely, it's gonna be a good one. Oh, and I think that Riley, you have a message for the community.
Yes. So, after much debate and trying to convince this not to happen, Tux has forfeited the match against Jim Tones. So now we are just going to be rolling into the Air Nation 1v1.
I think your microphone cut off, Riley. I don't know if you're speaking right now.
Yep. So Tux has forfeited against Jim
But
Tones.
stay tuned because it seems that we may have news about the Jim Tones versus Tux matchup. We
Can you
will
not hear me?
see
It,
if
it, it appears
there's
it
been
appears here, Neo, that
an
you cannot
FF or
hear
something like that, a
Riley.
forfeit maybe. Stay tuned because we will have that information really soon.
Neo, can you hear me? I believe Neo may not be able to hear us because Riley, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Let me. I'm going to disconnect him and he can join back. But I'm just going to repeat for clarity. Tux has forfeited against Jim Tones, and we're going into the Air Nation 1v1.
All right, are we back in it? Comms up. All right, everyone, as we are getting this next match set up here, this Air Nation 1v1 to determine who is going to represent the Air Nation going into these final matches, we are looking at the Only Scourge versus Dynamite going into this match. We've seen impressive plays from both of them, obviously now being tied going into this match here. Some things that I'm expecting to see from both of them, being these offbeater mains as well, is a lot of evasive maneuvers. I know both of these guys are great, excellent chasers, so they're going to be using that chaser knowledge to their advantage whenever they are looking at how each other is moving, when they're taking note of what the timing is that they need to have on these bludgers, on these tackles that they're going to be trying to get. So I would say, looking at both of these players, looking at the strategies that they've deployed so far, I believe what we're going to see here is a pretty close match, potentially low elim as well. But I think what we might see is a bit more of an upper hand from the side of Scourge, though of course this is both an Air Nation face off, so one of them will win to take it into the semifinals here. But ultimately, I think what we're going to come out with here is a match with a bit more strategy, a bit more evasion. And I think that what we're going to get from this is hopefully, a very close, tight match. All right, we are pulling into the game. Looks like we'll be getting them up here pretty soon. Beaters are going to be taking their positions here pretty soon, as soon as we get this goal placed in here. And they are facing off. Looks like we've already got Dynamite low on health, taking some hits there from Scourge. Definitely doing his best to try and avoid those, but still taking a couple shots there. Trying to regain some health, taking a full advantage of the amount of space that he has there on that quarter pitch. Scourge, we can see doing his best to track and chase down Dynamite, really nailing those hits on him. We see a bludger hit there on Dynamite. He is below half health. He's going to be wanting to do some evasive maneuvers in order to pull out a survival on this one and regain that health, which it looks like he's already regenning based off of his movement here. They are continuously just chasing each other around this far into the pitch here. Dynamite using a bit more of the pitch than Scourge is, and still taking some bludger hits from him. Looks like Scourge is definitely deploying those bludgers quite a bit, trying to use that distance that Dynamite is keeping from him. Definitely coming in low health here, looking at what's happening up at the top of the pitch. Dynamite really trying to regain that health, and still avoid Scourge while trying to nail his own hits on him. Like we're seeing quite a bit of evasive maneuvers here. Both of them just kind of squaring off, trying to see where the other one's moving, really tracking each other. I think we're seeing a lot of back and forth here of an attempt to tackle, an attempt to throw a bludger, and then an attempt to evade around and try to get that counter. And so far, they're really keeping it even with still no elims on the board. We do see Dynamite here with low health again, still trying to nail some hits on Scourge, while Scourge taking a couple on him. Making quite a bit of trade-offs there. It looks like Dynamite is trying to get a little bit more of an aggressive approach here, trying to throw some bludgers, get some tackles on him, but Scourge still slipping just barely past him. We see Dynamite take a hit there, trying to regain that health once more. Also attempting to get in there and get those hits. Looks like we've still got both of them just tailing and chasing each other around here, really being avoidant of each other, taking full advantage of that whole area that they have. Now we see them using a little bit more of the pitch, but really kind of focusing on that far end in there where there's not a whole lot of room to move. Dynamite very low on health, taking multiple hits back to back from Scourge, trying to gain some more distance from him.
And I'm back finally. I guess the Air Nation sent some leprechauns after my PC because I couldn't hear anything before. But now we're back.
Welcome
And
back. Welcome back.
thank you, thank you. Oh, Dynamite versus Courage. This is bound to be a great match.
I hope my leprechauns were successful.
They were.
So far, so good, fellas. We have seen no elims in this round. Lots of very close calls. Scourge on Dynamite, but Dynamite still using the full extent of that quarter pitch to regain HP each time.
Yeah, and we see the air versus air. It's kind of a shame to see that because they've both done so well this tourney that they are switching sides. That seeing one of them just have to be eliminated definitely is a bummer. But we are gonna see a really good match between these two beaters who have shown. I feel like both of them have shown amazing movement overall in the Trials of Fire. So shame to see one of them go, right, guys?
Absolutely. I
Absolutely.
mean, especially with how I mean they've both fought very tough opponents that we didn't think they would necessarily play so well against, even if it wasn't even about winning, just how dominantly they beat some opponents. So it'll definitely be tough, but obviously, true to Air Nation, they understand. They're out here competing to properly represent the top tier pristine nation that we are. So they will go out there and valiantly showcase what they have for us.
Could you really say steam is air? Because steam comes out of water. So I don't know if you guys can appropriate that entirely, but I guess we will roll with it. But yes, I get what you mean. Definitely, they're gonna put in the steam and roll it on. And we see that a random join though, so I don't know if we're gonna with 10 seconds remaining. They are switching sides again because a random joined as a keeper.
Seen a couple of those happen here today.
Yeah, Angel is proposing in chat that they get points for killing the random, which would be enjoyable to see, not gonna lie, but probably not the best way to show your beater skills.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, only one person can kill the random.
Yes, we're going into overtime, and we will see this fight play out now on the red side for Teddy, who is our point of view right now.
Absolutely. We see Dynamite taking a couple more hits, very reminiscent of what we were just seeing a moment ago. Doing his best to try and come in there and get those hits on Scourge, with Scourge just barely getting the advantage over him on that hitbox.
Yes, and as a reminder, we're seeing the two air beaters going up against each other. One of them will be eliminated after this match, and the other one will go through to represent the Air Nation in the semifinals. Both have shown incredible movement, incredible awareness, incredible hits during these Trials of Fire, but one of them has to go. And so far, they're both doing really well, but we do see Dynamite take a hit in there, so maybe Scourge will be closer to getting an elimination soon. He's trying to close in the gap, but Dynamite just knows how to move. And I would say he even went a bit out of bounds there, but he's still managing his movement really well. Um, both really good movement beaters, right? They really know how to dodge and how to avoid danger, I would say.
Yeah, and both have showcased kind of a different play style going into this. Scourge a bit more on the aggressive side. Dynamite Cope a bit more on the stay conservative, do what he can to survive. Scourge getting another hit there, putting him at about 2/3 HP remaining. Um, you know, and it seems like after through every minute, Teddy is slowly pushing forward. Hope it looks like we're having to have a switch here.
Did the random join again?
Moving to center circle.
Oh, they're using the center circle now. Okay, that works. It's gonna be really fun to watch. If they could only like add fire to the circle's perimeter, that would be a radius, I guess. That would be amazing. Just a blazing fire circle where they go at it. That would be awesome.
Indeed. And it looks like they are off to start this final section here in the circle. Scourge getting the first hits. Scourge getting the second hit. He is just jousting him.
And Dynamite is leaving the circle a bit. I don't know if that's necessarily allowed. Well, I guess as long as he stays within proximity of the circle. But yeah, Scourge was really close to getting an elimination there.
Scourge getting another good hit on Dynamite right now. Dynamite trying to find his angle right now, jousting, hitting Scourge for one. Looks like Scourge winning a little bit of a joust there. He has regained full HP.
I was gonna
Dynamite
say
is
that
lower.
Scourge is getting the hits. The thing is that Dynamite is just evading and escaping danger once he gets hit. Even if he's not in red HP, he just takes evasive mode, so to speak. We've seen Scourge landing some hits, so just a matter of can you land them consecutively enough that Dynamite doesn't get that regen? We will have the answer soon.
Yeah, right now Scourge a little bit lower HP. Scourge, though, is staying a little bit better within that center ring. Scourge now at 1 HP. We'll be trading. He'll be playing his life conservatively now. As he slowly starts to regen. And he does.
And if you count the 7 minutes from the main regular match, and now we're 5 minutes into sudden death, almost six, it's gonna be about 13 minutes soon that these beaters have been going at it without a single elimination, which just goes to show just how good at evading they are.
Yeah. Scourge getting a good hit there. Oh, there.
And if you want a bit of added drama, we are 1 minute away from 41. So this could end up in another match if they don't eliminate each other in the next minute. We will see how it goes.
Possibly, but there goes Dynamite
my
Cope.
god! And just as I say that, we're gonna go to 41 soon, and Dynamite Cup gets the elimination on Scourge. Incredible elimination.
Wow.
Wow.
And there it is. That was definitely some impressive evasive maneuvering that we saw from both of those players. That went into a forever overtime. And honestly, seeing these two come out of this with it being just a single elim game, I'm quite impressed, honestly, with the show that both of them have put on today, especially with them, we've said it a million times, but just not being those beater mains, still putting to the test their skills that they do have, that they've gained from these other positions as well. And now we see Dynamite going to be representing the Air Nation in the semifinals.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a good semifinals coming up. Many of the remaining beaters that are here ready to go have put on quite the show so far in this Fire Trials. And yeah, definitely we'll be starting off with Mako and KD, then to Jim Tones and Dynamite Cope. to round out the remaining beaters for these trials. So we'll get those underway soon and see who comes out on top of it all.
Yeah, four very good beaters in there. You have to give it up for the Air Nation, you guys. Even though Scourge, Dynamite plays beater sometimes, but he also plays chaser. So there was not like a dedicated 100% beater main on your nation, but they pulled through. They had incredible performances. And we will see that Jim Tones versus Dynamite Coke match is going to be a really good one. And Makun or Mako versus K Detox is also going to be a great one. Um, it, they're gonna be definitely, I would say, if I had to rank them by aggression, I would say that definitely in the Makun versus KD match, Mako Makun, he's probably the most aggressive one, and in the other one, Jim Tones versus Dynamite, probably Jim is the most aggressive one, but Dynamite has shown as well that movement that allows him to stay alive for so long, and KD as well, while getting those good timing on dodges and tackles. So I feel like it's going to depend a lot on them locking in on that timing. Timing to dodge, timing to tackle, and Makun and Jim Tones are definitely going to put in the violence in those matches.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we've seen from them in their matches throughout this trial, we've consistently seen um, Mako, we've seen Jim, really utilizing tracking quite a bit on their opponents, being very mindful of the exact distance that they have to avoid getting hit, while also still getting a hit in themselves. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see just how many elims that they'll get here. My hope is that it'll be a close game, but I would really love to see multi elims here in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think definitely we'll see a lot of aggression up front, especially when coming into account that you'll have Mako and Jim Tones on both sides. Both of them have been taking super aggressive positions in all of their battles so far. So we'll see how well they keep it up. Dynamite Cope has obviously been doing very well at evading. So that matchup will be interesting to see how Jim will handle that type of beater going in. But right now we go into first round of the semifinals. Mako versus KD, Earth and Water.
Yes, we'll see who takes this one. Both nations needed of points as they take the third and fourth position in the QCMania. So we will see who can take this victory. Mako has shown a lot of aggression in these matches, but Katie has also shown some very good hits as she took down Scourge twice, who is one of the most evasive players we've had in the Trials of Fire. They are doing the stare down, Wild West style, and we will soon begin this bloodbath that's coming.
And here we go. We started off. Bludgers are thrown. And we begin the matchup between the two. Both have already taken a hit from each other as they joust. They joust again, but KD on the upper hand of it. Ooh, she almost had that lock in. The tackle just did not come back soon enough. She's at about half health. Mako, little low, but he's starting to take a slow regen. He's fully regen now. KD almost taking advantage of backing into where his missed tackle went as they reset. Ooh, and a good dodge by KD, able to take advantage of it. Bubako hitting right back as KD was trying to summon the bludger. They continue to try to find where the advantage will be at punching each other. KD getting another punch, throws the bludger. KD showing strong signs so far at the beginning of this. Will she be able to keep it up? Mako getting a good punch in right there. Katie trading one blow back as she starts to regen.
Yeah, and Katie seems to be handling the the Michael's attacks a bit better than when she went up against Tux and just really aggressive beaters. She seems to have taken those experiences and incorporated so some adjustments into her game, which are now paying off as we see that Mako is having not an easy time at all getting that elimination. Her movement is really on point on this one so far.
Katie getting another punch there. Right now they have just traded blows. They are both at
Caster
about
Jinx.
1/3 of health. I know, right? Every time we've said something, the Seekers did it to me all day. Every time I'd say anything, the Seekers would just prove
Yeah,
me
like
wrong.
last match when I was like, oh, we're gonna go to a new one and cancel elimination. Now, yeah, same thing. But it's okay. It's okay. We do it. Oh, and she gets eliminated. She gets eliminated, and Mako gets the first elimination of the match. The Earth Nation, one elimination. Water Nation, 0. And KD needs one elim to tie this match up.
Indeed, she was starting off strong. Mako finding a good chain of punches right there to get his advantage in the elims. But they'll go right back out of here. This Katie's already taken one hit, takes 2 hits. And Mako with another elim seems to find out he has figured out what Katie's movements are going for. Gets her on the wall. They have not
Yes.
learned as I was gone.
And now this is an uphill battle for KD because now that Mako has the advantage, he knows that he doesn't have to go for it as much, that he can focus on surviving and that gets him the match. So KD is gonna have to put in a bit more work in order to get those eliminations as Mako has a safe lead because even if KD gets one now, she needs another one to be able to tie the game and take it to overtime.
Absolutely. But it looks like Katie is just staying aggressive even when lower HP. She is staying in the fight. Staying in to just be a fighter at this point. As she goes down again for her third elimination, jousting with Mako.
Hey, no shame in going down to Mako. He's the best beater in the game or one of the best. So, you know, going up or down, just gotta go fighting. Gotta go fighting there, right? And she's definitely trying to get those hits, trying to get those tackles. She's not shying away from a fight with Mako, which is making this a really entertaining match to watch. And she gets a bludgeon. Mako is on the lower end of the HP scale. We'll see. He's in red HP. She may get an elimination on Mako.
It is possible here as he is low HP. She's looking for the angle to take advantage of. Takes a swing right there. At this point, Mako is probably regenning, and he has. As she gets another punch. Now they're trading blows, jousting each other at this current moment.
I would say that Katie has been a bit unlucky in the Trials of Fire because she has gotten the hits, even against the Scourge. She got like a good amount of hits. The thing is that it's the consecutive chaining that she's having a bit of issues with that prevent her to get the eliminations because she is getting those hits for sure. And Mako's now red HP, really low HP. He may go down. Katie's also on the lower end of HP, and she gets an elimination on Mako. She gets it. Mako goes down.
Katie getting her elimination there. Very nice. Yeah, as you said, I mean, she's just stayed aggressive all the time, where we've seen a lot of beaters just, start really shying away. You know, maybe while it may not look good on the scoreboard, Katie has definitely just stayed at brawler at all times. She has just said it doesn't matter when she is low HP, she is still fighting it out. She is not in any way like trying to hide away to get HP. She's just saying run it, win, lose, or draw, she's going to fight. That's what she's here for. And Teddy ends it off for them at a Mako win 3-1 eliminations. Congratulations to Mako and the Earth Nation. You will be going to the finals.
Yes, and the Earth Nation makes an earthquake out of this match and takes the win with Mako getting those eliminations, Katie getting an elimination as well. And yes, Mako will be in the finals, and now we will know who will be his opponent. We have on one side representing the Fire Nation, Jim Tones, and on the other side representing the Air Nation, Dynamite Cup. This is a big one because we see the Air Nation, the Fire Nation, excuse me, on the lead, uh, but the Air Nation is coming in second place. So this match is literally fire versus air. We will see if if the Fire Nation can secure the lead, or if the Air Nation gets a bit of a comeback with the points from this match. We'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll lot can go down here in the semifinals. A lot on the line for both fire and air here with Jim Tones and Dynamite Cope. Dynamite has been impressing us all the way through, but Jim Tones has put on a dominant performance everywhere he has gone so far in this tourney. So Dynamite Cope will have a lot on his hands, but we'll see what he is able to pull off. He's proved us wrong multiple times so far.
Absolutely.
As
I think looking at this game that we have here, I think that we might have a a preliminary idea as to how Jim is going to go into this. But I think Dynamite obviously knows what he's up against. I think he is going to be deploying every tactic that he can to not only avoid Jim, but also potentially take Jim's own positioning and his knowledge of that to use that towards his advantage.
All right. As we get set up here for Gym Tones and Dynamites, we've had quite the trials of fire, many back and forths, many different situations that we have seen, many impressive moments from all parties involved. And it all comes down to this: which of these two will make it to the finals?
Yes, and like Angel says, Fire Nation domination, but don't discount the Air Nation, as Dynamite Cub has shown some really good movement. We will see if Jim's aggression is enough to be able to catch and be able to follow the trail of Dynamite Cub, who has shown some really excellent movement so far, taking Scourge to an almost 14-minute match, just because they both move so well. So we'll see if Jim Tones can handle that kind of movement and can get those eliminations to get the Fire Nation the win. But we are getting ready for this match between Jim Tones and Dynamite Cop. It's been quite a long day of trials. We saw the Seeker trials in the morning, the Air trials, and now we are in the Beater trials, the trial of fire, which is reaching its conclusion. We are in the last semifinal, so we know who is gonna join Mako on the finals. It can be Jim Tones on the side of the Fire Nation or Dynamite Cop on the side of the Air Nation. Now, I know we have a lot of viewers from both nations, so it would be cool to see some support for your champions. Come on, let's get that hype up for Jim Tones. Let's get that hype up for Dynamite Cup. Let's support our nations. We are almost there. And yeah, the Fire Nation is leading the whole thing. Blaze it up. Let's get that win, my gaslighters and ash kickers and all of that incendio. Let's uh let's fire it up, guys. We are this close to getting into the finals. But Dynamite Cup has proven to be a great opponent, a great beater as well. So it won't be an easy one, and it's gonna be a really good match between Jim Tones and Dynamite Cup.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that looking at both of these guys, looking at them, uh, and all of the matches that they've had so far, I think that this match in particular here, determining that last spot in the finals, is going to shape up to be quite the match here. We're going to see a lot of evasive maneuvers, but we're also going to see quite a bit of jousting.
Absolutely. And yes, people in Twitch chat are asking for the points to be updated so we can see the current standings. And I mean, I think the Fire Nation will still be on the lead, but probably a bit closer as we load in to World Cup night, a very nice map to have this gigantic battle between Jim Tones and Dynamite Cup.
And here we go, getting into it, getting everything set up. They are going to be taking their positions here.
This is going to be a good one, guys. Buckle up, lock in, let's go. Jim Tones versus Dynamite Cup. Fire Nations versus the Air Nation. We'll see if the Fire Nation can blaze it up or if the Air Nation can breeze through this match as we are getting ready to get started. We're gonna do the Wild West stare down and then we're gonna start this really good fight that's coming between Jim Tones and Dynamite. Michi, anything in particular that you think will be key in this matchup? I was mentioning Dynamite Cup's movement, but I don't know um, if you want to elaborate on that, or maybe do you see another key aspect for this one?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that a very strong key aspect that's going to be coming from Mako's side, or not Mako, sorry, Tone's side on this one. He's really going to be wanting to keep his eye on Dynamite to really nail down what his movements are looking like, to get a sense of what angle he's going to be taking at, to look at the direction he's going to be dodging in. And it seems like it's paying off for him already, having gotten 2 hits on him, being able to cut off where he's moving at from the angles that he's going. That is something that Dynamite is going to have to adjust to if he wants to survive in this. Looking at him now having low HP, 1 HP, needing to survive this face off here with Jim, who is still at full health.
Yes, we see Dynamite Cup pulling those moves, trying to evade, but Jim Tones has gotten a bunch of hits right now, and Dynamite is on red HP, even though he's getting that regen. But Jim is on the offensive. Dynamite, we see that will probably try to focus a bit more on survivability while trying to get well-timed hits when he's able. But definitely, Jim is going full aggression right now, just trying to get those hits in and get those eliminations to give the win to the Fire Nation.
Indeed, Jim having Dynamite Cope on the run plenty often. Not a lot of attempts by Dynamite Cope so far in here. Jim getting a good swipe right there. Getting us another swipe right there. He's looking to get that third. He takes a swing, not quite there with it. Goes for the summoning of the bludger. But it is up to Dynamite Cope right now to find some way to get some offense here as Jim gets another swipe on him. He's almost got a lock on tackle. He looks like he's going for it. Will he get it here on the dive, though? Dynamite Cope just dodges out of the way for that survivability. Dynamite Cup has been doing everything he can to survive in all these beta tournaments. We should have to find some offense here as we come on to a few minutes through. But Jim definitely on the aggressor side so far, starting off.
It's really interesting to see how Jim is taking the, is making the effort to just chase Dynamite no matter how or where he moves. I feel like some of the other beaters that he faced weren't as persistent trying to trail him, but Jim is definitely trying to go for those hits and definitely playing with a lot of aggression in mind.
Jim getting the back of his hitbox right there. This could be big here shortly. Dynamite doing everything he can to stay alive. He jousted him a little bit earlier. Oh, got a good hit there, but Jim also got the hit as well, keeping Dynamite in that red HP. Jim doing everything he can to try to find that angle. He's going to need to get this punch. He takes a swing at it, was so close. Dynamite right now doing what he
Dynamite in the
can.
red, one bludger, one tackle would get the job done. And he gets a tackle, but Dynamite had already regen his HP. But with the way it's going, it seems that I would say it's just a matter of time until Jim gets an elimination. Dynamite is having issues not being on the quote unquote prey side of the equation. Like Jim is right now the hunter and Dynamite is trying to survive. I feel like he's having issues changing the roles and him going on the offensive. We see him just trying to avoid dying most of the time in this match.
Indeed, that is pretty much the case so far. Dynamite, though, going in there, getting one tackle. Maybe that's what he needs to start getting this flow through on his side. Jim holding the bludger, looking for his opportunities. Jim's already regenning the full HP here. Dynamite going for the joust, but Jim wins it. Now they just
Ooh,
traded back and forth.
Dynamite may go down. He is really low HP, and Jim is gonna go for that kill. We'll see if he can get it. Dynamite is trying to survive with all he can.
Dynamite starts the regen process. Jim is taking multiple close swings at him when he's 2 HP, but just not quite getting it finished off.
Yeah, I would say that something differential about Dynamite in general is his movement. Like, it's just allowed him to survive so many situations where maybe other beaters would have died while being on low HP. He has been low HP like 3 or 4 times by now, and Jim just cannot get that last hit to get the full on elimination, which means that we are still tied 0-0 for both the Fire and Air Nations.
Absolutely. And, from what we could tell, Dynamite Cope is running a Firebolt, which is helping him stay super evasive in all these situations where most of the other beaters have chosen to kind of stay with a more health tanking broom. Jim getting a punch there. Punches traded. Orbit Raspberry seems to be trying to come back into the fray. Dynamite low HP once again. Jim doing his best to try to time where he will end up going. See if he can't close it out. Unfortunately, misses that tackle right there, and Dynamite's getting a punch on him. We are in
And we are,
sudden death.
yes, yeah, I
Yeah.
was just gonna say we are in sudden death territory, which means 7 minutes have gone by, and Dynamite Cobb seems to be very prone to taking these matches to overtime or sudden death. I think there's been a stop in the action because we have a seeker going around the pitch orbit. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the other team's speeder should get an elimination on that seeker, so he gets the message or something. But yeah, we see him going around.
Yeah, Orbit has been seemingly trying to find a way into playing with somebody
And
through all this
Dynamite gets an
dynamite.
elimination. It doesn't count towards the match, but that's a good elimination. We'll see if Raspberry gets the message that this is kind of like an event. So
It looks like the players are leaving. Someone's gonna have to look at their friend list for Orbit and possibly have to block them, unfortunately, or something. If they keep entering matches that they shouldn't be coming into.
yes, for sure, unfortunate, but yeah, it's kind of weird having that bitter fight. I do have to say, like, is there another term that resembles beat off? Because I want to say bitter fight is too long. Beat off sounds wrong. Is there like another term? Bitter battle. There's just
Beat
no other term.
downs.
Beat downs. Let's
There you
go.
go.
Okay. Thank you, Fly. Okay, yeah.
But I like beat offs.
Yeah,
Let's
it
do
would be
it.
weird to have a beat off if you have like a random seeker flying around. That's why it's important that we don't have any interference from randoms or just other players who aren't a part of the event. So Raspberry, I doubt that you're watching this, but if you are, you can we can salute you later. You have to come into the game right now.
There'll be plenty of time for other shenanigans here, but as of right now, we're going into a sudden death situation between Jim Tones and Dynamite Cope. See who will get to go against Mako in the finals.
Absolutely. Guys, looking at this match that we just saw, I know that we are resetting to get this set back up with them again. What are some changes that you would expect either of them would need to make to be able to get some elims in this one?
I think Jim just has to keep doing what he's doing and just get finish off that final tackle. Maybe Jim needs to switch brooms because Dynamite Cope is running that firebolt just to keep constantly running away. So maybe Jim needs to, understand that he has the offense in his hands here and just pick something that's going to help him keep up with Dynamite Cope. If because realistically, I mean, 75% of the punches being thrown are by Jim. And sure, Dynamite is getting swipes in, but not nearly enough. And even when he does, he's still not being on the aggressive side enough that would probably take Jim down.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like I would say that Jim definitely has the role of the hunter, and Dynamite has the role of the prey so far. So I would say, so I feel like Dynamite is playing a not losing game. Like he's playing to not die and get eliminated, because then he knows that he has to push a lot to get an elimination, and that would definitely open up his defense or evasiveness. But I feel like he has to start thinking of how he's gonna get an elimination on Jim, because no matter how long he survives, he still has to get an elimination to be able to win the match. And if things keep going this way, sooner or later, Jim is gonna get that last hit that will give him the elimination, and then Dynamite's plan would go a bit, Oh, we have an update actually from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
So, this matchup is actually a lot more intense because we just got word that Makun has to forfeit, which means whoever wins this takes first place and the loser will take third place.
Oh, so this is now essentially the finals in a sudden death situation.
Yes.
Well. What a turnout.
Damn. Okay, plot twist. We got plot twisted. Okay. So welcome everyone to the finals. We are gonna see the finals now. The only thing that I'm doubting is, does that mean if we just found out that these are the finals, is it still like a sudden elimination, or if someone gets an elimination, are they gonna play the full match? I don't know right now, but it's interesting to think about that, given that they were going to sudden death. So I don't know if we're gonna keep the sudden death or if we're gonna go all the way. But either
Yep.
way, that
We're
elimination is gonna be.
keeping we're
Mhm.
keeping the sudden death, so whoever gets eliminated is third place.
Okay, sweaty palms, everyone, sweaty palms, and the hype is on. And Fire Nation is gonna try to get that win against the Air Nation. We'll see if the fire
No
can
pressure.
burn strong enough to just like banish the air from existence. Let's go.
Dynamite Cope starting off a lot more aggressive at the beginning of this match. Uh, Already putting in a few punches on Jim, though Jim properly spaced to get all out to do his best not to fall early here and try to put Dynamite Cope back on the edge. For our plot twist, we need to find a way for our good man here, Time Twister, to have a segment. You know, the Time Plot Twister for us going on
Oh my
here. Jim
god,
at
Jim is
1
1 HP.
HP.
Oh,
Dynamite Cop has come out completely different in this final, in this sudden death scenario. He's doing a lot of offensive maneuvers and getting those hits in on Jim, who is doing his best to survive. He regens that HP, thank God. And the Fire Nation, the flame lives on to fight another day, so to speak, or well, another minute. Um, but this match is completely different. Dynamite Cop has come out swinging. Flight Michi.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. We're definitely seeing a different game from him than we have seen previously, and we are looking at both of them right now in the red. 1 HP,
Oh my god,
both
a
of them
trade
healing
off!
each other.
A trade off, beautiful, beautiful trade off in the finals. That means that we are going at it still. Oh my god, I was clenching. Not gonna lie, I was clenching right there. Oh god, this is being an exciting final. Um, we keep going.
yeah,
Uh,
that was a good joust by them both. They both went for it all, seeing that they were both low HP. They're just going to keep at it, this jousting back and forth. Right now, both low HP again, missing their tackles. Right now, it looks like Dynamite Cope, though, goes down with Jim having 2
yeah,
HP
There it
let's
left.
is.
go. Let's
Taking the
go,
win
Fire
for the Fire
Nation.
Nation.
Hell yeah, Jim. Jim gets an awesome win. Let's commend Dynamite Cop. He came out swinging, guys. He came out swinging. He got some good hits in. But in the end, Jim Tones took it all the way for the Fire Nation, who win the Fire Trials. Let's go. Light it up, blaze it up. But the Air Nation also had a really good performance with Dynamite Cop in the final.
Absolutely. Congratulations to all the teams involved. Jim having a dominant run all the way through. Again, Mako had to step away. So there will be, this was the official finals. We had our first double elim, which was fun to see. And still, towards the end, clinching Jim Tones on the 2 HP for the Fire Nation, bringing them up a quite substantial lead at the current moment. And yeah, that will be it for the Trials of Fire. And tomorrow will be the Trials of Earth.
Yes, a
Absolutely.
very interesting trials. Michi, what are your thoughts on the final that we just saw? It was very intense.
Yeah, that was very close. You know, we saw some very different gameplay there. I think from both of them really understanding how high stakes this was, seeing them come out guns blazing, seeing Dynamite really pull out some different tactics there for them to take that trade off Elam, and then eventually, of course, for Jim to pull this win out for the Fire Nation. We definitely saw some much more aggressive gameplay on there, being a much quicker game than we were seeing earlier. I think, you know, overall, we saw some insane gameplay. We saw some very interesting matches here where we had some that were very low elim and some that were, you know, up to 4 that we saw at a time. I think really, you know, recapping this last match, we just saw we saw a one tactic that they really took into that first one, but then coming into the end here, understanding the finals are at stake, they put everything out on the table. And I think both of them did a phenomenal job representing both of their nations in this one.
Absolutely. Fly, any thoughts on the final that we just saw? Was super intense, came down to the wire. We saw a double elimination. I don't think we could have asked for a better finals, to be honest. It was super close, super full of aggression, great movement, and just very intense in general.
Yeah, I think they both knew what the moment was at stake, and they both Dynamite Cope kind of understood like it has to be now or never. They went for it. They got their double elim. They kept going for it. I think Dynamite Cope just on that firebolt. Jim, I believe, on a different brew, maybe with a little bit more HP or maybe just a little bit of different build, just able to win the joust tourney there at the end and close it off. But definitely a lot of fun. Wait for it to go down in flames, if you will, instead of
Hell
us
yeah.
fighting it back and forth or running away. They both took the moment and fought it out and gave us the final results that we ended up with. So it was a lot of fun. Congrats and thank you to all the players involved and to Dynamite Cope and Jim.
For sure, and the Fire Nation blazed up the pitch. And just a reminder to everyone that tomorrow we have the Trial of Earth. We will see teams of chasers and keepers going up against each other to see who is the best and who comes out on top. And I have news that we have the names of the teams ready to be announced. So let me do that just now. Representing the Fire Nation, we have the Gaslighters and Incendio. Representing the Earth Nation, we have Landslide and the Earthquake. Um, Kudos to these names for the Water Nation, the Aquaholics, beautiful name, and Team Thirst Traps, also another funny name. And last but not least, your very own Air Nation teams, the Airheads and Buff Buff Pass. Very creative names, guys. I'm loving it. Any favorite names that you guys have from the list, guys?
There were definitely some good ones. I'll say that. I don't know if I could pick a favorite one. I thought they were all pretty creative. So I can't pick a favorite one just yet. I'll have to see kind of the rosters involved with them, see if they give a good play on the words with
That's
their
wise. That's
team
wise.
setups. But definitely makes tomorrow much more interesting.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna say for me personally because I do like to pick favorites. I'm gonna say that honestly, the Gaslighters that's an elite name. Because I'm 100% biased as well here as well. Puff Puff Pass, my own brainchild. I am very proud of that one for sure. So I think really, and even the Aquaholics is something to mention as well. That one was definitely a clever, very creative name there. So looking at the lineups for those as well, which is something that you can also see in the L7 Discord under announcements. We do have some interesting lineups that, of course, we can talk more about whenever we come up to those tomorrow. But I think we're in for some quite interesting and perhaps very close games tomorrow as well, fellas.
Yeah, for sure. Every nation is giving their best. They've put up some very good players in those teams. So it's gonna be really exciting to see who takes the Earth trials tomorrow. Will you guys be here casting? I think I will be casting here, so it will be cool to see you guys again. To cast that one as well.
I do believe I should be around tomorrow for it. I will confirm that with Riley, but definitely when it comes to chasers and keeper interactions, I always love to give my insight on those. So that'll definitely be area that I feel pretty good at to commentate on. I do believe it'll be some good back and forth there. So if I'm around and if L7 will have me, I should probably be around.
Yeah, I
Amazing.
will be participating tomorrow. I will be participating for the Puff Puff Pass team in this. So I don't believe that I am going to be commentating, but I did have just the utmost fun getting to be on here. Of course, getting to work with flyers throughout the whole day, but then you, Neo, as well here this afternoon. It's been a pleasure for me to be able to watch these matches, to comment, to have these discussions with y'all, get your insight on just how these have been going so far. And I think it'll be even more interesting to see all of the tactics and gameplays that we know chasers deploy in actual 6v6 games, but seeing them put into this very cutthroat, just chaser keeper versus matches coming. I'm quite excited to see how everybody performs tomorrow.
Absolutely.
will.
Good luck tomorrow, Michi. Good luck tomorrow. You're gonna cook. You're gonna cook.
Thank you.
Yes,
No
good luck
such
to
as
Puff
fire.
Puff Pass. Good luck to Puff Puff Pass. Good luck to all the teams involved. We had a lot of fun here today. Thank you again, Mitchie. It was my pleasure as well to work with you throughout the day with all of your Harry Potter knowledge. Neo, thanks for hopping on in with us. It was my pleasure to broadcast once again with
Thank
you
you, guys.
through these beater tournaments. We had a lot of fun. Hopefully, those in the chat had a lot of fun. Make sure to gamble it all one more time before we head out of here. Start off tomorrow with all your a lot of your core shards. It's gonna matter. I promise. But with that said, unless you have any closing remarks, Theo, it has been my pleasure for L7 and to you chat to broadcast with y'all. And yeah, good
Yeah,
time.
just thankful to you guys. Thank you for an awesome cast. You guys kept it really fun, really interesting. Thank you to everyone for tuning in, and thank you to League 7 and Riley, for organizing such an awesome and fun event. Let's keep them coming. Been really fun.
Indeed. Well, thanks everyone. Y'all have a good rest of y'all's nights.